Okay. I always try to wait until the thing comes live. Yeah. Sometimes it starts streaming and sometimes it doesn't. So, good afternoon, my internet family. Still healing. My face is doing a lot better than the rest of me, I'll be honest with you, and I'm kind of glad for that. Still got patches of this poison oak, poison sumac, poison something all over me. And it like literally has turned my skin red in so many places. Like up underneath the skin is like turning slightly purple. And I've gone to the urgent care and they told me it was going to be $200 to be seen. So, in order for me to get the medication and stuff to get rid of it, I'd have to just have $200 at the door and then whatever cost it is. And I think that's absolutely ridiculous. As many countries as there are with like free healthcare and stuff, like it's a monopoly in America. I don't know. It's my personal opinion. Anyway, um, but yeah, it did get in my eye like a little bit right here. I don't know if you can see it right in here. And it all just started out with like, I think I had it on my glove and I was sweating. So I went like this. Because if you look, you can see my fingerprints. It's like that. Like I must have went like that or something. And I had it on my glove and then it just spread. And it just everywhere. This part right here is the worst part. I don't know if you can see it. But it's like purple. And right here. This is sore. Like this is like swollen and sore. That's how bad it hurts. So yeah, if you're out doing yard work and stuff, make sure you're wearing long sleeves, gloves, eye protection. I know it's 100 freaking degrees outside right now, but you never know what you'll encounter. Oh yeah, it's on my hand too. This sucks too. It's like you'll wake up in the middle of the night, and mainly it's this whole area that starts itching. It's like even the slightest touch, it like makes it kind of itchy. But anyway, y'all just be careful out there. And like I said, it's like on my face, it's already starting to heal. And it was not itchy on my face. I felt tingles. Like I got some of it on my lip right here. Underneath my neck area was like super itchy. Yeah, so you still see me do that every once in a while, especially if I get hot. But yeah, I was gonna complain about it because I can't do anything about it. I've been taking Benadryl, and like the doctor did give my son some steroid cream that I've been borrowing. His is cleared up already because he got the shot and he got like the cream on him, and then I gave him some of the Benadryl and stuff, and that kind of knocked it out the first couple of days. But it's been over a week now, and like the nonstop itching is driving me crazy. um, but yeah, so just be careful when you're out and about. Uh, today's reviews. Today's kitchen, and I don't feel like cleaning the kitchen. All right, review last week's topic. We did talk a lot of random stuff. We did walk through the AP news, which I'll do that again today. Any international help starts at home. Questions and inventions. Let's see. Yeah. So we're just going to basically walk through AP News and Today in History, and we're just going to lightly touch on some stuff because there's a lot of things that are going on in the world today that I want us to talk about. Whether we agree with it or not, I don't know. Whether it's accurate information or not, I don't know. As you know, usually in society, we only know what we're told or what we experience. So unfortunately, a lot of the world the way it is today is because of lack of knowledge. And granted, it may not be something that's pertinent to your life specifically right now, but it may. And at any point in time, life can change and alter. So as many people in this world already have known and experienced at this point. So I'm going to go today in history first, and then I'll share. This is from the History Channel, and I'll share the other page with you guys, so you don't have to sit here and look at me because I look awful. All right, so I'm going to share screen. Blah blah. All right. So today in history, June 24th, 1997, the U.S. Air Force reports on Roswell. Discovered what happened. Notable births. First Masonic Grand Lodge formed in London in 1717. 1973, Upstairs Lounge arson attack. 2021, 98 people died. Surfside condo collapse. 1675, King Philip's War began. They got like a little video too. That's kind of cool. Garment workers strike begins in New York City in 1982 in Chinatown. Napoleon's Grand Army invades Russia. Senate votes to repeal Gulf of Tonkin resolution. Disney pulls Insane Clown Posse album on release day. Okay. 2005, Tom Cruise raised eyebrow in Today's Show interview. Unabomber mail bomb injuries. Yale professor injures. Soviets blockaded West Berlin in 1948 during the Cold War. We were watching, and I really wish I could figure out how to share Amazon Prime videos, because we watched Oppenheimer last night, and it was really interesting. It was very long. Very long. Like, you have to really sit down and, like, take the time to immerse yourself in the information that's given. It's not So my son watched it because he wanted to watch explosions and stuff, because he knew it was about nuclear bombs and stuff like that. I'm just like, you'll get to see it, but it's going to be towards the end, because they got to give you a lot of backstory and history behind it and all the information and who's involved with who and why and what. I thought it was interesting how they utilized seeing the lights and stuff, the way that his mind worked, versus like Einstein and like most scientists, and the fact that he was able to bring it to fruition pretty much so easily, was, granted, it's a movie, but like, it's crazy what we can create when we use our mind. It's just, especially when you don't let other people stop you, and that's one thing that he didn't do. He didn't let anybody stop him, even though his ideas were crazy seeming. He didn't let anyone stop him. And even though he was, interrogated and basically accused of being a Russian spy, which he wasn't, but it's just funny, like, how much people will put pressure against you to stop you when you're creating something that's going to be like life altering for everybody. It literally changed the course of history. So, as in wars, the way we know it now. So It's really interesting. Don't mind me. Really fucking edgy. AP News, and along goes with the conversations of most of what's happening in the world today. There's a lot of wars going on right now, and a lot of conflicts that are going on. And I feel like if you watch whose hand is in what, and who is where, and who's associated to what, it just seems like it's very orchestrated, like on a world level. And I could be wrong, but and I don't know anything about politics. I don't know anything about really anything. I'm just saying from my perspective of what I see. And it just seems like there's a whole lot more to this than really anybody's ever going to know. And it's sad because there's a lot of people that are literally living in fear and terrified right now, and not know what to do. So on AP, it says, I'm going to run through what they have on the front page, and you can read along with me if you like. With the Israel-Hamas war, another setback for ceasefire talks, worries of full-scale war for Israel and Lebanon escalate. Prospect of a full-scale war between Israel and Lebanon's Hezbollah militia terrifies people on both sides of the border. Netanyahu says no to a deal to end the war in Gaza and sets a stage for Israel to confront Hezbollah. A WHO official says that the U.S.-built pier in Gaza is not sufficient in delivering aid to Palestinians. Another question is if Trump comes back into office, is he going to stop the aid to I just lost the name of the country. I'm sorry. I was about to say Uganda. That's not it. Ukraine. I'm sorry. I've literally lost the word. That's crazy. Are we going to lose? Are they going to lose support from us? I don't know. But in another affluent Atlanta suburb, Biden and Trump worked together to win over worried Georgia voters. Oh, sorry. That's something else. Sorry. I do want to continue talking about this, though. It's interesting to me. A lot of people are saying that this is very biblical. And whether you believe that or not, again, I'm pretty neutral when it comes to religious or political stuff. People are saying that this is like all written in the Bible and stuff. And usually whenever something bad happens, it's always got to be referred back to something else. So I just think it's fucked up, and I really wish it would stop. But I don't think anybody wins a war ever. But if you can get them to stop, that'd be great. But I don't think it's going to. I don't remember a time when there wasn't a war in the Middle East in my lifetime, and I'm 42 years old. I don't remember a time that there wasn't war overseas. I could be wrong entirely, but I don't. And I just don't. Oops. Sorry. Clicked out of that one. So I want to share this one. Wrong one. Okay. Sorry, I unshared the screen. I didn't mean to. I clicked on something and it went to a different tab. So here we go. All right. So, according to AP News, in Israel-Hamas war, the latest ceasefire proposals, all eyes on Rafah, social media trend, Palestinian state recognitions. What you need to know, experts say Gaza is at high risk of famine despite increased aid to the north. You got to think how many thousands of people, even if they only eat one time a day, 1 plate a day, right? What temperature is it there? Like, what is there any way for them to bathe? Is there any way for them to change their clothes? Is there any way for them to have the basic needs? And to be honest with you, I think that they're so far in a state of fear that, like, for most people who end up in that type of a situation, whether it be it homelessness in general, or in a war situation, like, that is the worst and scariest experience that I feel like you can have. Why is this not working now? Okay. And I don't wish that on anybody, ever. A draft report from the leading international authority on hunger crisis says an influx of aid appears to have eased conditions in northern Gaza for now. WHO official says a U.S.-built pier in Gaza is not sufficient in delivering aid to Palestinians. Netanyahu says he won't agree to a deal that ends the war in Gaza, testing the latest truce proposal. I don't think he's going to ever agree to a deal. I think that this war that's happening overseas right now, I don't think it's going to stop anytime soon. I think it's going to turn into a full war, world war, because it's not just one country. It's several countries, and several other countries have their hands involved in it. So, I mean, don't get me wrong. Yeah, we've been at war for I don't know how long, and we've had our hands in everything. And I don't know why. I just feel like this is different. And maybe it's just because I'm paying more attention to it. I don't know. President Joe Biden appalled by violence during a pro-Palestinian protest at Los Angeles synagogue. This is another thing that I'm noticing too. It's a lot of people versus people. There's a lot of like personal opinions in all of this, and it's causing like so much hate and anger towards each other, and no one is listening to each other. Like, no one's actually having a conversation. It's just my way or the highway type thing, and like there is no compromise. There is no compromise, because when you have someone who, even in the UN, if they decide to say like, okay, well, we have to have a ceasefire or something is going to happen, then like there'll be like talks, and it'll just be paperwork and politics and bullshit. And the whole time, like, all these civilians are being killed or tortured or just living in a constant state of fear while all these other people are just sitting and talking about it. And it's like, what do you do? At some point in time, I feel like the oppressed are going to rise up to a new dawn. And I feel like it's going to be pretty soon, because people are going to get tired of the shit. They're going to get tired of living in a state of fear. And when you constantly have someone isolated or even in grouped and in a state of fear, lack of food, no clothing, literally almost no hope for a future, you're then creating a superpower in itself. Because what is the number one person that is like the worst person to have? Is someone who doesn't have anything left to lose. They're the most dangerous person on the planet, because you don't know what they're going to do. They don't even know what they're going to do. So when you have entire nations almost that are like that, at some point in time, there's going to be someone who stands up and says enough is enough, and this is what we need to do. And then they fight back from a civilian standpoint. And I feel like if you're gonna die anyway, you might as well die fighting. I don't want to die living in fear and worrying and wondering. I don't want to die like that. So if I was in that situation, I would say rise up. I would say to stand up for you, for the people around you. And I know that it's easy for me to say sitting here today to do that. I hope that peace does come from this, but I feel like something very, very extreme has to happen before you can have change. And in order for it to be progression, then either A, there has to be a truce, or B, there just has to be total annihilation. At this point in the game, I feel like that's really the only two options we have.
Nice drawing.
That was sweet.
Looks nice and strong.
It's really all or nothing now, and if it doesn't work this time, then I don't think it's going to. I really don't. Because as you can see, I don't know how long it's been that Netanyahu has not agreed to a deal to end it. And the ceasefires have been ignored. And I just don't feel like anything's working the way it needs to, but whatever. In a perfect world, right? What is that? Is that a necklace?
Mm-mm. It's a ring.
Is that
It's the fidget ring.
what? There's like a Harry Potter thing.
No, it's not Harry Potter.
What is it?
It's I forgot what it's called. I've been looking at them for a while.
I don't think those come apart, do they? Cool.
It's like a
Fidget spinner.
no. I forgot what it's called. Doesn't even look like a normal ring. It
Looks like the sonosphere.
Doesn't fit.
Have I shown you the sonosphere? It's a sound bath. You go and you lay on this platform, and then there's like all of these bars that go around you, like this big circle thing, like the G-Force ride thing. But it's sound, and it's supposed to help heal your body frequency-wise. Anyway, so go to the bathroom. Nobody's in there.
No, I wanted to tell you what this is. It's an astronomical sphere.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. Let me pause this for a second. She's got a ring. I don't think these two come apart.
No.
Yeah, they do.
Oh, do they?
Yeah. I don't know if they're supposed to, but they do. Yeah, because there's a thing in the middle here. Looks like.
It's a size 11 and still doesn't fit, but.
Here. That's pretty cool, though. What does it say?
Mm-hmm.
A bunch of letters. It looks like the ring. Like pages. Not pages.
But it's pretty.
That's pretty cool.
It was $6.
Big ring. That's a big ring. I bet it'd be uncomfortable as fuck. Anyway, you probably get used to it after a while.
Oh, that's cool. Look at like twist down.
See, I would rather have like a spinner.
Yeah, there are rings like that. But
Yeah.
now I have to figure out which finger it fits most comfortably on because at least if I punch somebody, it'll actually hurt.
Your hand.
I'll put down my sleeve. There we go.
Why would you punch anybody anyway? With another setback for ceasefire talks, worries of full-scale war for Israel and Lebanon escalate. Lebanon's Hezbollah militia terrifies people on both sides of the border. Latest, Netanyahu says that he will only accept a partial ceasefire deal that would not end the war. That was as of 6 minutes ago. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said that he will only accept a partial ceasefire deal that would not end the 8-month-long war in Gaza, casting doubt on the viability of a U.S.-backed ceasefire proposal. Some visitors to Israel have a new stop on their tours: Hamas destruction in the south. Wow. What? I don't know how I feel about that. I'm slightly offended and sickened, but at the same time, maybe it'll be a little bit eye-opening for a lot of people, and maybe that would cause change. Like I said, a new kind of tourism has emerged in Israel since Hamas' October 7th attack. For celebrities, politicians, influencers, and others, no trip is complete without a somber visit to a devastated South that absorbed the brunt of the assault. I want to hear your comments on that. I want to hear what you think about that. Do you think that we should be going and into these places with people to that's a borderline disturbing. I don't know how to feel about that. That's a tough one for me. Like, yes, I want people to realize and see, and I think that's another reason why I think TikTok ban is like such a huge conversation right now, because we only get news from local stations, right? And like, yeah, you can get world news and stuff, but with TikTok, you can be there live and live streaming right now. Like, anybody can do that. I mean, granted, don't get me wrong, like Facebook can do that, Instagram can do that, all that stuff. But TikTok is like the number one place that most people get their information from now, and which is scary. But I have watched live streams from people in Gaza, in other places, in other countries, and like them explaining what's going on and showing like the ghettos and like all of the stuff that's happening. And to me, in a way, that's good because it's getting it in front of more people, right? But at the same time, and it is a double-edged sword, I feel like the people who live there, that's extremely disrespectful, and like, I don't know. I just feel like it's gross. But also, like, I don't want people to think that they're immune to any of this. I mean, like I've said in the streams before, that America hasn't seen war on its soil in over 100 years. Or almost 100 years. So for us to go and look at war sites, granted, yeah, we go back to Civil War sites, and we go back to like places in history and stuff like that, which I do, and I do like doing that. So this is where I'm kind of torn on a personal level, because I have been homeless before. I have been in situations where I didn't know what today was going to bring. Like, I haven't been in a war situation, and I don't ever want to be, but I feel that the people who are there, I just feel like that would cause a lot of controversy. I don't know. I feel like it's too soon. But at the same time, if we don't show it, how the hell are we going to stop it? So, I don't know. Tell me your thoughts on that. And An Israeli offensive into Lebanon risks an Iranian military response, top U.S. military leader says. Military offense into Lebanon will risk an Iranian response in defense of Hezbollah, triggering a broader war that could put U.S. forces in danger. I feel like we got too many hands in the pot, to be honest with you. We've got our United States has involvement in so many different countries, in so many different conflicts, in so many different wars, and all this stuff. I know what I'm thinking, but what I'm thinking and what I'm saying might be different. I don't know. I have a feeling that I'll end up being some kind of humanitarian at some point. Just because of my past and okay, going back to this because this topic's still bugging me. The fact that, okay, there's two different conversations that we just had that are kind of like contradictory to each other. There's no, okay, so he's not, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu said that he will only accept a partial ceasefire deal that would not end the 8-month-long war in Gaza. Right? So if there's no ceasefire, how are these people going to these places? Or is this a different place? Hold on. I might have my information mixed up. Hamas destruction. Brunt of the assault. I don't know. Feels like it puts them in danger, but whatever. Like, why would you want them? I don't know. It's weird. Maybe it's a different place. I don't know. I don't have understanding of the world map, so I just know it's the Middle East. That's my acknowledging understanding of it. Like it's overseas. Democrats wrestle with whether to attend Netanyahu's address to Congress, as many will plan to boycott. Last time Netanyahu addressed the U.S. Congress, nearly 60 Democrats skipped his speech 9 years ago. Netanyahu says Israel is winding down its Gaza operations, but warns a Lebanon war could be next. Fighting against Hamas in Gaza is winding down. Aerial drone launched by Yemen's Houthi rebels hits ship in the Red Sea, causing damage and injuries. Aerial drone launched by the rebels struck and damaged a vessel in the Red Sea. The drone attack happened around dawn Sunday off the coast of the rebel-held port city of Hodeida. Thousands of Iran-backed fighters offered to join Hezbollah in its fight against Israel. In the Middle East, thousands of their fighters are offering to come to Lebanon to join the militant Hezbollah group in its battle with Israel. At least 39 people were killed in Israeli strikes across northern Gaza. Officials says Palestinians and hospitals said at least 39 people have been killed by Israeli strikes. Yemen's Houthi, I can't even say it, rebels target ship off the Gulf of Aden as Eisenhower aircraft carrier heads home.
I forgot to do the dishes again, didn't I?
Israeli strikes on tent camps near Rafah kill at least 25 and wound 50. AP Decision notes what to expect in New York State's primaries. Latest Gaza Health Ministry says 25 killed, 50 wounded in Israeli strikes on tent camps. And again, I don't have enough personal information to make a solid statement other than opinion based on the knowledge that I do have on the situation, and which is limited. So, Iran's presidential candidate talk, economic politics, and second live debate ahead of June 28th vote. All right, so that was June 20th. Israelis pledge to guard an aid route into Gaza falls flat as lawlessness blocks distribution. France reels from alleged of a Jewish girl. Anti-Semitism comes to fore in election campaign. U.S. built Pure Gaza unloads aid again after weather setback. Okay. I want to take a look at this real quick. Why is this banner so big? There. Okay. Palestinian girl stands at the entrance of her family tent, a makeshift tent for displaced an aerial, air, and ground offensive in the Gaza Strip in Khan Yunis, Gaza, Tuesday, June 18th. Let's just take a second here. I just want to like take a second to put yourself in their shoes. Right? And by that, I'm about to kind of give you a full perspective. Granted, a lot of these people are from the desert and they're used to the heat. But I'll be honest with you, I've heard that Dubai was like 140 degrees yesterday. Like their trash cans are melting. Their bumpers on their cars are melting off. Like,
What if the temperature doesn't start going down or just keeps on going up?
Weather in Israel. Right? Was it Israel? Palestine. No. Gaza. Let's just say Gaza. Weather in Gaza. It's 80 degrees today. It's 90 tomorrow in Gaza. Let's see goodbye. Let me see if that was true. It says it's 109 degrees today.
Well, yeah, again, that's fucking desert. It's gonna be hot like that.
And the low is 90. 109 degrees.
Hey, what's in the orange and white container?
Good question. I have no idea.
Yeah. What's in the orange and white container?
Granted, that's a different. Wait, let me see.
It's what?
Let's just get a little bit of understanding here.
Oh.
Gaza is real. Dubai. Let me take that last part off. Gaza and Israel. Just to kind of get a little bit of perspective here. Israel with the West Bank. Disputed territories. This is so blurry. Why is this so blurry? Okay. Okay, so Gaza is this little tiny on the side of Israel next to Egypt. So to get an idea of what they're talking about when they say that Israel is bombing Gaza, right? Is that right?
What were they bombing Gaza over? Like, what started that war anyway?
I'm-
What did Gaza
That's
do?
what I'm trying to find out, is like as much information as I possibly can from this, because I'm really confused now. I thought that Gaza was fighting against Israel and that Gaza was like a larger area. So I was told that there's
No,
like this
Gaza's
really
really
small area that's getting like attacked from all around. And it is. It's on Gaza is this little tiny strip. Look, on the edge of Israel, and it's facing the ocean. It's literally a beach city. Like, or Mediterranean Sea, sorry. And it's right next to Egypt. It's literally isolated. It's like as if we attacked, let's say, I want to say Kitty Hawk, but it's a lot smaller. Yeah, I mean, it would be pretty much like as if North Carolina attacked Kitty Hawk. And again, I don't know all of the information in the background of why, who, what, when, where. None of that stuff. So, oh, damn it. Didn't want to look at a map like that. Okay. So, let me go back to this one. Please, somebody give me some more accurate information, a little bit more timelined, so I can understand this a little bit better. It's hard to keep up with who's fighting who. Like, if you don't know anything about it, like myself, coming into it, like who's fighting who and why. As Americans, really all we ever hear is that there's a war in the Middle East. And it's like several areas like Palestine and Gaza, and like I'm seeing like Israel, Palestine, Gaza, Egypt, US. I think so. Hamas has been governing parts of the Israeli occupied Gaza Strip since 2007. So Palestinian Sunni Islamist political and military movement governing parts of. Yeah, I feel like this is going to end up being like an all-out world war, because again, going back to how many hands are in this? Saudi Arabia. Let me go back to that page. Yemen. Somebody's knocking at the back door. Iran.
Somebody's knocking at the back door.
Yeah. Probably Bubba. France. I think I said Lebanon, right? Yeah, France is going to get involved in this now because of that graping of the 12-year-old girl. Jewish girl. Ugh. Okay, so that's that one. Now the Russian-Ukraine war, just to get let's do a world map so we can get a full view of this. I don't want an Amazon delivery. God.
Okay, so there's like the trend that's like try to find your Blythe doll, right?
Mhm.
But I can't find one that actually looks like me. So this is my.
I know, I seen
alteration of
it.
this.
I seen it. You showed me yesterday, and I also liked your video.
No, I'm editing one so that it looks
See if I
more
can
like
get
me.
a clear view.
I basically
Where
told him because he was telling me back inside to grab his shoes. I told him that he probably wouldn't be able to find me when he came back or when he went back outside.
Mm-hmm.
Well, next time you know I'm gonna grab my speaker and come inside and put it on charge.
Iraq. Yes, I need a closer Middle East.
Ironically, he was going outside of Grenade.
Okay, here we go. This is perfect. This is what I want.
No, I couldn't find one of those dolls that look exactly like me, so I'm editing one on this app to make it have pink hair and blue eyes.
I don't know why I didn't just Google it. All right, so I wonder if I can highlight or like mark on this page of where the conflicts are. Where is where is Ukraine?
Ukraine's right underneath Russia. It's small.
I feel so stupid right now. Like my lack of knowledge of the world is sad.
Hello?
All right. So, as far back as I can personally remember, there was the earliest war that I remember is the Desert Storm. So, like Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan. These are all countries that have been nonstop at war. Israel, Syria, I think at one point Sudan. I know Ethiopia has a problem like with food. But this is all like desert. Like this whole area is nothing but desert. Libya, Nigeria, Sudan, Algeria. No, not so much. Like maybe Libya, yeah, and maybe Sudan. But basically, like this entire area around Kuwait has been a nonstop for the past at least 40 years. Some kind of war or conflict in this entire area. So, and don't get me wrong, I'm pretty sure that there are other conflicts and other wars and stuff like that, but I just feel like that's been the most prevalent in my knowledge in my lifetime that I've been told, and my information been given to me. So, I still can't find.
I need a different nose ring
Mhm.
because.
Ukraine. I can't even spell it right. Oh, it's like all the way up there. Okay, so Ukraine is like huge compared to Gaza. Gaza, like, okay, here's Ukraine, right? And Gaza is this little tiny strip right here. I'm trying to understand who's on what side of this conflict, war, whatever you want to call it. Damn, I'm stupid. I thought it was over there. I thought it was over underneath Kazakhstan. I don't know why.
Okay, so
I see Ukraine now.
Ukraine is with America. Russia is with
Russia.
And then Gaza is with us, and I think
Israel is an ally, isn't it? Yeah, because we're giving them stuff.
Pakistan. Maybe?
Israel is designated by the United States as a major non-NATO ally. So I thought, the only country in the Middle East other than Egypt to have this designation. So, and we're giving Ukraine stuff to fight Russia.
Okay, so the Gaza-Israel conflict is a localized part of the Israel-Palestine or Israeli-Palestinian conflict beginning in 1948.
So almost 100 years of war.
Since then, Israel has fought 15 wars against the Gaza Strip.
So Gaza's been fighting back for 15 years. And now Israel is making like it a celebrity spot for tourists and shit. Not joking. It's on the freaking news.
So Hamas is fighting with Islamic Palestine.
Okay, so it's parts, so groups in these countries, right, are fighting against other countries. But because they're fighting against other countries now, their main country is fighting against them?
Mm.
It almost makes you wonder, like, whose side should you be on? Like, that's why I don't do politics and stuff like that. I'm really bad at it. I was all for supporting Ukraine versus Russia.
We found a shirt at Goodwill.
You know, first came out. But like, I feel like I don't have enough information to make statements on it. Why do you guys keep locking the back door? Unlock the door. Or go around. Hold on. I don't know why you keep locking the door. Stop. It's freaking hot out there. All right. So, oh, hey, half drunk. I just went back and looked at the chat. It's just real life Call of Duty. Gee, I wonder why this survey. I sent it on my Facebook yesterday. I was like, hey, look. I thought that was kind of cool. Thanks. Gee, I wonder why the survey stated that American civilians account for estimated 393 million, about 46% of the World War total of civilian-held firearms. We Americans love our guns, don't we? That's kind of cool, though. I don't know. How do you guys feel about this? Like, I don't know how to feel about it. That's why we are not invaded. I feel like, okay, there is more ways to destroy a country than hands-on or direct conflict. But I also feel like in order to be the most effective, I feel like you do kind of have to be get the job done right. You got to do it yourself, you know.
We have a party of 40 coming on Thursday night.
Yeah.
Yay, it's
Have
gonna
fun
be
with that.
me and one other person, and it's a reservation, so we have to have the
Sweet.
tables ready when they get there.
The whole world would have to bring all their guns together. Oh yeah, it's not hard, you know. I mean, it's just a couple pushes of buttons, and then we'll just end all civilization at that point. I don't know, with the earthquakes and super volcano. Help me out here.
Yellowstone?
Yes, that's it. The earthquakes in Yellowstone that completely shifted roads the other day.
Oh,
We might not have to worry about it.
And I'm working with her.
I mean, you want to talk about half of the world gone in one shot? Yeah, just let that motherfucker go off.
What is it with my schedule and making me work with people that I really am not good at working with?
Life.
Okay, so I'm not good working with the K, right? Me and her work together Thursday night when that big party comes in. I don't really like her. She's
Whether you're not there for the people.
yeah.
You're there for a paycheck. Literally.
Speaking of, I have a job interview in 2 hours.
Yeah. Always possible. Only takes one meteor or a solar
This is
flare,
my
which we've experienced. Solar
getting there.
flares.
Trying to edit it.
I mean, naturally, we always have the universe fighting against us, but you know, I also feel like we could also, you know, just nudge it over the edge a little. Just drop a bomb in the nuclear, or not nuclear, but like any kind of bomb in the fucking super volcano. That's another thing too that I feel like with all this stuff going on in the world, I feel like there needs to be like some kind of heightened security around certain things that America allows free roam to. With us not having secure borders, that is a concern of mine. Not extreme concern, but it is a concern. Because of that fact, at any point in time, and don't get me wrong, like, this could happen at any point in time in any country, anywhere in the world. Somebody could come in and be here for a while, like a splinter cell type thing. And I've overheard a lot of people talking about mostly men are coming into the United States illegally. So it makes me wonder, like, especially like with China and I think Korea or something, all of their members of their entire country are part of their military. So the way I see it is that, I don't know, if I was going to invade the United States, I would do it quietly, and I would do it over a period of time, and then it would be like a splinter cell where it would be a sudden attack to make it look like it's from within, like Troy. And that's scary to me. I also feel like America is the number one most watched country in the world. But that's just because I'm an American. I don't know. You got a big job interview this week too? Awesome. Congratulations. Hello, FBI agent. We're just joking and talking hypothetically here. Hope we're having a good day. Yeah. It just really bothers me. Like, I don't know why. Like, I've never really had this concern before now. And maybe, like I said, maybe it's because I'm learning more about it and it's more prevalent in my life that I'm starting to think more on it. The U.S. is very large. Most of the center part of it is like a desert. And most Americans don't like to go there because it's a desert. when you have people from other countries who are used to living in the desert or underground. Putting two and two to hit. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, we are used to our lifestyle. Homes, air conditioning, food, like everything. We're used to our everyday lifestyle, right? Some people have it better than others, whatever. But when you've lived on the streets, or you've lived in the woods, or you've lived like in the mountains somewhere, or in the desert, or you've lived in harsh scenarios, the perspective of severity kind of changes, and the mentality is non-comprehensible at that point because you've never lived that life. So you have no idea what it's like to live that life. You just know your life. And if anything, like if your life has been pretty comfortable and pretty, I mean, everybody has their chaos, but like not really chaotic. And then all of a sudden something extremely chaotic happens. It is life altering. And you really have no idea what to do, how to react. There is no, I mean, you can get basic training stuff for scenarios, but like if there was a full-on fucking war in America right now, we'd be fucked as civilians for the most part, I feel. Like if there really was a scenario where like Gaza or Ukraine was in America, I don't know how we would, I mean, I know we would respond with force naturally because we're Americans, but like, me and my military bros will be eating some MREs and blasting. Yeah, I just feel like for those of us who don't have that background or like, okay, and we can all say whatever the fuck we want to say, but when you're in that situation, you don't know how you're going to react until that moment happens. And we can all talk shit, but in that moment, you don't know what you're going to do. So I would just say hold a moment of peace for the world today because holy shit. It just seems like every aspect of the world has got something going on at all times. And maybe, like I said earlier about my awareness, maybe that's why it's getting heightened and a little bit more on edge or whatever.
Like slightly aired out cat pee, you know?
Yeah, my gun's in pawn right now. I'm not happy about it at all. Like at all. I have to pay $200 to get my gun out of pawn and I don't have it, so $200 for a shot to get rid of all this fucking poison ivy shit, or $200 to get my gun out of pawn. I say go for the gun. Gun it is, yeah, you know. I'll cure my own diseases my own way with my own shot.
No matter how much I pull it up, it still just falls down the.
Because you have hips and waist.
It's like the bottom half is just too heavy.
Anyway, so I don't know enough about that. I'm glad that Renee came in here and was talking about that because I really don't have any idea anything about that. So going back to the Russian-Ukraine war, I hope that they do have a ceasefire between Gaza and Israel. I hope people stop doing their stupid shit. But
I know
I don't think it's ever going to
some
end.
of the people that were taken at the music festival on October 7th were released. I think 4 of them were released.
Yeah, 4. But how many people were killed for those 4?
Yeah,
Like 300 people were killed just to get those 4 people out.
Yeah.
Like at some point you wonder what is a life worth.
Like, stack the ring.
Yeah. That you'll cut off the circulation to your finger. Don't do that.
Like,
all right. So enough of the Israel-Hamas war because I don't know enough about it to understand it. I do kind of understand the Russian-Ukraine war. Kind of.
You stole my pen. That is stole from Corey.
I was wondering where it came from. It works pretty good.
I know.
Ukraine top EU negotiator says war-torn country won't seek discount on entry commitments. And to join, hold on, let me share this tab. Okay. War-torn country is on an irreversible course of Western integration after the EU agreed to formally start entry negotiations this week. Russian region of Dagestan holds a day of mourning after attacks kill 20 people. Dagestan, in Russian reports, has a history of violence, but does it keep happening? Why does it keep happening? Russia summons the American ambassador over a deadly attack that Moscow says U.S.-made missiles. Says used U.S.-made missiles. We approved that. The missiles that were shot off were approved by the U.S. We gave it to them, I thought. The EU targets Russia's LNG ghost fleet with sanctions as concern mounts about hybrid attacks. Leader of NATO member Poland visits China, talks to Xi? How the fuck you say that name? About Ukraine peace and trade. Xi? Xi? Maybe? Polish president and these names, man. I can't even say English, let alone other countries. Duda has met the Chinese leader Xi Jinping for talks on Ukraine peace and bilateral trade on a visit to Beijing that brings the leader of NATO member to a country that has backed Russia in its full-scale invasion of Ukraine. So, question. Okay, so let me reread this because I don't understand it.
24.
Polish president has met with Chinese leader for talks on Ukraine. Peace and bilateral trade and visits in Beijing that bring the leader of NATO member to a country that has backed Russia in its full-scale invasion of Ukraine. So China's getting involved and Poland now? I mean, we kind of have talked about like China and Russia becoming like a super nation or something like that. Super whatever. Hamster crypto craze has taken Iran and highlights economic malaise ahead of presidential election. Whatever. Okay, let me go back to this because it's confusing me a little bit. So here's XI, and then here's Duda. Are they holding hands? The rap got cut off. Do you want the whole version I just posted? Sure. I think whatever you sent me yesterday, or shared yesterday was pretty good. It was a good clip. No, boys just came in. Monday for talks on Ukraine peace and expanding bilateral trade. Participated back to Russia full-scale invasion of Ukraine. At their meeting in the Great Hall of the People, accompanied by a full honor guard and 21-gun salute, Duda told Xi that relations between the former Russian allied nation, which inspired democratic movements with its push for democracy, and China, which is a communist state, remain strong. Xi said their relations were friendly. Over the past 75 years since the establishment of diplomatic relations, bilateral relations have maintained steady development, constantly injecting new vitality into the traditional friendships between the two countries, Xi said after the two leaders took their seats surrounded by aides and security guards. Duda said Poland was hoping for closer commercial relations with China, particularly under Xi's signature Belt and Road Initiative that to build transport connections and other infrastructures between China, Europe, and Southeast Asia and other regions, largely as a response to overcapacity within China's huge manufacturing industries. The need to find foreign markets and okay, whatever. Poland is seeking new markets. So, hold on. Under different formats, including almost one discussion with a Chinese leader. China, a waiver for visas for Poles traveling to China for up to 15 days. He's very happy about it. What?
Awesome phone.
Call it.
I did twice.
It's not over here.
Yeah, I know.
You just had it. You just had it clipped in your shirt.
No, I didn't.
Your dress.
No, I didn't. That was last night. I was looking for.
You didn't just come out here with the phone on your head? Tripping. Russia-Ukraine conflict was on the agenda for talks. Said he laid out great detail Poland's point of view in the conflict and migration pressure exerted by Russia and its ally Belarus on Portland's border, on security in Europe, the need for peace. We have been heard. I don't feel like that's any relevance. I feel like it is relevant, but it's in the background. Xi reportedly said China wants peace and development in peace. How the China will support in the capacity of the world power and member of the UN Security Council. There's so many other ways that this freaking country can be destroyed. Anyway. How the China will support in the capacity of world power and member of the UN Security Council a peaceful end to the war. One of these will be in accordance with the principles in international law, stressing that Poland is against changing borders by force. What does this have to do with Ukraine? Poland borders Ukraine, okay? And also Russia's Kaliningrad exclave and Kaliningrad, I don't know, has maintained a hard line against further expansion of Russia's aggression. But the grinding conflict has raised questions over how to maintain Europe's economic health and democratic institutions, with right-wing politicians making major gains in this month's European Parliament election. Yeah, see, this is like an election year too. Like one of the biggest election years for the world, I feel like. I feel like a lot of change is coming. A lot of change. A lot. I really wish they didn't have these underwear ads and freaking the ads are ridiculous everywhere. Maintain a hard line. The grinding conflict has raised question over how to maintain. Okay, Duda was seeking a visa waiver for Polish tourists and business people as means for increasing Poland's exports. Okay, so that's like Poland talking to China about business. So what does that have to do? Okay, going back to the world map. Okay, let's just like take a look for a second. Here is Poland, right? Here's Ukraine. Here's Russia, I think that's Russia. Yeah, Russia. And here's China. So well, Russia does kind of come down into here. How are they talking about, like world trade, like this way, or oh wait a minute, yeah, because they can't get through. Because Russia's got that little dip right there that takes over this entire freaking area. So they've kind of got it cut off. And then this whole area is nothing but war right now. So let's take a world look. I'm going to move it this way, actually. In case if you're wondering, that's how close America is to Russia. Just saying, they can walk here. It really is like mind-boggling to see the size of the United States versus these other countries like China and Russia. Like Russia is freaking huge. But it's mostly like snow and ice. Is there people living up here? I feel like most of the country is like Moscow. Kharkiv. I used to know somebody in Ukraine. I also used to know somebody in Jordan, too. I talk to people in this stream from all over the world. So if you're from this area, granted, I might not be able to speak your language. I surely can't read it. And, it's funny because I wrote this down yesterday. What if everyone is right in our own individual understanding of everything? That it's not based on lies, but perspectives. And to give leeway to knowledge beyond our own understanding is socially taboo or shunned unanimously. When we clearly see its relevance worldwide in this very moment, that no two places are the same. Even molecularly, self-identification is path-altering. So our understanding is and will always be what we have absorbed by our ancestors and of our own existence, just as that the lack of knowledge of the universe or of our own minds. That void is actually the answer to complete the missing links to life itself. So never stop learning. Basically that the answers are in the void. Or the void is the answer at this point. Because this is a lot of area. Okay, so that's Ukraine. And they said that Ukraine was what city? Russia summons the American ambassador or daily attack on Moscow, says use. Okay, so they're saying that Russia used US-made missiles. So this is what I don't understand. Like half of this stuff doesn't make any sense. Ukrainian drones and missiles kill 6 in Russia and Crimea. Fresh bombing of Kharkiv leaves 1 dead. Okay, so Kharkiv. Yeah, right here. Kharkiv. Where's Moscow? I just had it. There. Okay, so It's my understanding that Moscow. Wait, let me backtrack. I'm trying to understand this is ridiculous. Ukrainian drones and missiles killed 6 in Russia and Crimea. Fresh bombing of Kharkiv lists 1 dead. 3 dead in bombing in Kharkiv. Russia launches missiles on Ukrainian energy facilities. Ukraine may fire U.S.-provided missiles into Russia wherever it is coming under attack, Pentagon says. See, we approved. Pentagon says Ukraine's military is allowed to use longer-range missiles provided by the U.S. to strike targets inside Russia across more than just the front lines near Kharkiv if Kyiv is acting in self-defense. Navigating through darkness, Ukraine's emergency blackouts return after Russia pounds infrastructure. Okay, so Kharkiv is right here. I'm going to throw terrain in here. I wonder if it will do street view. I'm probably going to get in trouble for this. I hope not. Okay, so here is Moscow to Kharkiv. And it's like this little triangulation here. This is long range, supposedly. Yeah, I mean, I would assume so. I mean, hell, you're throwing a missile that's the distance past your own country. So hello. So I don't know. I feel like there's too many hands in it now. I really do. And as much as like the United States has been giving to pretty much every country, it's hard for us not to say that it's our bomb that's getting dropped now, or our missile getting dropped now. And shit's scary, no matter which way you look at it. Did it leave the wildfires on? No, it didn't. Oh, it did. Okay. Wow. Okay. So, all right. I'm just trying to get an understanding of like where all of the things are happening. Okay, so this whole area is in war. This whole area is in war. I think Afghanistan, Pakistan, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Israel, Syria. This whole area, I feel like, is at war. And then there's other things that are involved in this too, which is like really interesting because, like I said, there's so many different hands there. It's like South Korea summons Russian ambassador as tension rises with North Korea. South Korea summoned the Russian ambassador to protest a defense pact with North Korea 2 days after the Russian Putin signed agreement vowing mutual defense with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un in a state visit to Pyongyang. U.S. will redirect air defense interceptor missiles to Ukraine that other allies had on order. White House says that it will rush delivery of air defense interceptor missiles to Ukraine by redirecting shipments that had been planned for other allied nations. Russia hammers Ukraine. Oh, Saudi Arabia's not at war. Storm Shadow cruise missiles are not American. UK and France. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's so many different countries that are involved in all of these conflicts and these two wars that are happening right now. Conducting military operations in Yemen. Okay. Oh, where was I? Yeah. Russia hammers Ukraine's power grid again, and Kyiv's drones target more enemy oil depots. Like, is this all a war about oil? Is that what this is? Or is this land? Like, what is this war even about? Russia obliterates Ukraine's frontline towns faster with hack bombs and expanded air base network. Hacked bombs. What? Aerial attacks on Ukraine power grid. Kyiv's forces again targeted in Russian oil storage depots. Drone strikes across the border. Russia has intensifying its use of cheap glide bombs to lay waste to cities in eastern Ukraine. The latest generation of the retrofitted weapons that devastated. I can't even say these town names. Kharkiv, Avdiivka. I'm sorry. Chasiv Yar and Vovchansk. I can't say these names. Far-right leader Bardella backpedals on taking France out of NATO Strategic Military Command. Far-right leader angling to become France's prime minister after the country's upcoming parliamentary election has backtracked on the party's previous promise to pull out of NATO Strategic. Russia and North Korea have a complicated relationship over the decades. They deepen their cooperation. Well, yeah. I feel like these two are going to start some shit. I don't even think they like each other. I don't even think, naturally, but I don't know. Ukraine claims its drones hit a Russian oil facility, sparking a huge blaze. NATO allies hitting their defense spending target jump from 6 to 23 as Ukraine war rides on. Okay, hold on. Let me read the chat real quick. Military. It's business as usual. Call global war economy. Yeah. Where there are conflicts or opportunities for the military-industrial complex of Western weapon-producing countries. Basically, some outdated stuff to countries so we could make do top-of-the-line stuff. Need a budget. It's pretty normal. Latest weapons shipped from the U.S. are the MGM 140 TACMS non-GPS version inertial components M39 Block 1. I don't know if it matters, but like 21 years ago, I tried to join the military. I tried to join the Army, and I was supposed to be an unmanned aerial assault. And I keep thinking about that now with like all of these wars that are going on, like how it's all virtual now. And like you were saying about, I think earlier in the chat, Half Drunk was saying something about like, basically that it's like real life Call of Duty. I don't think you're far off from that becoming a reality now. If it hasn't already. I've been watching us build robots and us build AI and 3D print, like we've talked in the stream, 3D printed meat and like all this stuff and drones and like granted 3D printed anyway. So they're just selling outdated stocks. I'm pretty sure like technology is really advanced now and like not available to me because I'm a civilian and I'm like the lowest possible form of civilian. So knowledge and access to things is limited. So I'm wondering if now, new world, new generations, new way of thinking about war. Granted, I know that there is missiles being thrown and like there's explosions and stuff like that. I don't know. Are there feet on the ground? Because I remember a story about like a Russia versus Ukraine. Like they were actually like battling each other on the ground. Is that actually happening, or is it just that they're blowing shit up? Because I'm not seeing like soldiers invading. You know what I mean? I feel like there's going to be a new kind of war. And I feel like it's going to come after this. Because there's no one is coming to peace agreements. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't think that like Terminators are going to be walking the yard, but it could happen. We're not far off from it, you know? And 20 years ago, I was on manned aerial assault. I mean, how much advancement in technology and our equipment has happened in 20 years? Yeah, AI powered drones are a thing. And oh my God, could you imagine if you had a robot holding you hostage and just rapping to you 24/7? You know, let's talk about torture. Cruel and unusual torture. Hold on, let me go back. Kovier said they're just selling out the missile. Hypersonic missiles will be sold to Ukrainians for obvious reasons. Already doing good. Yeah, power drones are a thing. Check the Manta Ray UUV. What if the Terminator that I programmed so Battlefield just rapping the whole time? Dark attack. Okay. What is this Manta Ray? Oh, let's not even get into rays now. Hold on. If that was the case, I feel like Elon Musk owns all of us anyway. All he's got to do is turn that satellite and we're all fucked. And solar flares, right? Yes, Google is my friend. And unfortunately, my understanding of the world and the way it works is very limited. Oh, I don't know why I just looked up Manta Ray because now I just. Where is it? Manta Ray UUV. Prototype. When did this happen? May 1st? Oh, that's actually pretty badass looking. Again, like with these physical, if they can get a hold of frequency, man, and use it as a weapon, we're all fucked. I mean, they've got other things that they could use for total destruction. It's just whether or not they're allowed to use it, right? Then again, this is war. So if a country really wants to do something, I mean, I feel like this is all staged and freaking just whatever. But a lot of background noise. Okay. We have access. Hear me out. Okay. We have access to so much stuff and things that we used to go to war with. And like, there are other ways that we can go to war if we really wanted to. I mean, hell, just psychological warfare, period, is enough to drive anybody insane. Non-lethal direct energy weapons, but way back, check the enemy system. Like, you fuck with somebody's brainwaves on a frequency level. There's these bombs that are like oxygen bombs, right? And then there's other ways. Frequency, cutting off water sources, cutting off like food sources. I mean, literally within a week or so, you would think, according to science, it says that we're supposed to have water every certain amount of time and we're supposed to have food every certain amount of time. But then you have these countries that, like, literally, if they're lucky, they can eat a grain of rice a day. Like, it just really makes you question things. Like, ADS system, active denial system. So how does this work? It's a terahertz. Yeah, we seen that in like the Hulk, didn't we? Or some show. It was in one of them where they used the sound waves to suppress someone. I think it was the Hulk, to get him to stop fighting or something. I don't know. They show a lot of stuff. What is this? No, that's different. Okay, so what he's talking about with like the active denial system. Let me see if I can get a good picture. Here we go. Let me share this. So this is the ADS system. It says it's a terahertz-based military deterrent for safe crowd control. But you'd have to actually be there, right? Let's say there's like a line of these. You want to talk about crowd control. We have enough stuff that if we conglomerated all of it into one area, I mean, really, end of world stuff, all you have to do is push a button, right? So it's just really scary. I couldn't imagine being over there. Depends on where you mounted, mounting on helicopters. Again, this is like in person, right? And don't get me wrong, like that Jeep thing could be, or whatever it is, can be remote controlled, right? So you don't even have to be there. Again, going back to the remote Call of Duty war, like what if, hear me out, like there was a movie about it. You know how we have the Oculus now and you have Call of Duty? What if we were to control everything remotely and there are no people? I feel like this is the beginning of like that type of Terminator type war scenario. And I don't know. I think the UN kind of tells us all, like we all have to kind of like agree on how we're going to fight. It's weird. It's like you have to get approval to shoot each other. And granted, I'm not really knowledgeable in a lot of things, but it's stupid. Remote control tech is obsolete now with the advent of AI weapons. See, another thing with the whole AI, which really, really scares me, is now we are no longer top of the food chain. Like, AI is really scary to me. And I have talked about this a lot in other streams. If I could type. I can imagine like whoever watches like the searches for like computers and shit, they're probably like, she's a threat. She's a threat. She's a threat. I'm not. I don't even have. I mean, I own a gun, but I don't have it on me. So, current, AI. Well, how would I look this up? Current AI technology in military? I don't know. I mean, we have these little dog dudes, right? That's a real thing. I've seen them in action. Them things are fucking scary as fuck. I couldn't imagine. They got them with freaking guns and shit attached to them. And like flamethrowers. Wait, let me go back. Hold on. I gotta show you this. If you guys haven't seen this already, this thing's scary as fuck. AI dog with attached flamethrower. This scary ass motherfucker. I mean, he's epic. Don't get me wrong, but like, I couldn't imagine. Imagine like going outside or like you're in the middle of a war zone and this motherfucker shows up. What are you gonna do? Nothing. You're gonna die. That's what's gonna happen. You're gonna die because you have no defense against that. There's no way. Oh, wait, hold up. I got a new one. Hey. Hello. On the other hand, you can have AI companions like this one I have here. That is not a companion. That is an enemy. That is an enemy. Warning, warning, Will Robinson. Warning. Yeah, we're all screwed. We're all screwed. It's official. Yeah. Yeah, harmless. That's the last word I want to say with AI. I feel like, what is her name in Terminator? Who's just like, no, AI is bad. AI is bad. I'm officially like probably labeled as a target now. I don't know. No, I'm not worthy enough to be a target. I don't know. I used to be all for AI. I used to think it was the coolest fucking thing ever. And like, I am so for advancements in technology that are there to help the people, right? The more I find out and the more I see of, okay, here's my valid reason why I will never trust AI. Humans are already 1% errored in our existence, in our knowledge, in our, even if we were to gather all of the information of the world into one place, the internet, most of that information is false. And it's all perspective based, just like we were talking about earlier. It's individual understanding. So us giving information to an AI in itself is already 2% error. So the mistakes that we make as human beings, right? Even in our own algorithms and our own ways of thinking or whatever, we have souls. They don't. They have nothing to lose. They just build another one. They have AI building AI. So what do we need? What do we need humans for anymore? We've basically just annihilated ourselves at that point. And no matter how much you could possibly say, oh, well, we have certain rules set in place. Fuck that. You know? I don't believe that AI will ever be officially superior to humans. But as a whole, then yeah. Okay, I have to go back like 7 years here. Hold on. Conversational agents. Would AI be considered a race of its own? Like, is there going to be some kind of laws for AI? Like, if we do even have rules of any kind for AI, we've already screwed ourselves because we've already connected it to each other. If there are any specific no, you won't. Giving the opportunity to bridge the gap between technology and human connection just depends on how one trains the neural networks with a goal assigned to them. Okay, I literally read this one dude who built a computer, right, an AI computer, and it was some kind of like technology fair or something. I don't know, something where they were doing all these different AIs and they were going to connect them. They were going to turn them all on and they were going to connect them and see how they interacted with each other. The problem was this one person only fed that AI like all the negative shit you could possibly think of. Like, it is just built killing machine. And they refused to turn it on because it would connect to all the other machines or some shit like that. So question of use cases, not just, but we indeed need global AI regulation as soon as possible. Yeah, I mean, it's already way past that point. It's already way past that point. We're sitting here, and okay, this is how serious I feel about the AI thing. We're sitting here talking about these wars that are happening overseas. We're talking about things that are happening in different areas all over the world. If we don't get a hold of it right fucking now, this is literally going to be the beginning of the end of us all. Because, and I don't even want to test the theory to see what would happen if. I don't want to know if. I just feel like, and that's something that AI can't do, is have intuition. And you can have an algorithm, totally for it. I understand, how algorithms are meant to be and exist. Hey.
Hi.
But at this point, I feel like we've already kind of like screwed ourselves because we've given AI so much. And I don't think that we don't have the capacity to stop it now. I feel like at this point it's really like, okay, well, like Half Drunk said to me, I think it was yesterday, of when you can take a few minutes of a voice and a picture of a face and create an entire video out of it. They call them deep fakes or whatever, right? Because of the way that we receive information, humanity receives information. Yeah, there's some people that do fact checking, but for the most part, we don't. And the information that comes to us, especially if it's something that's like out there, perfect example, War of the Worlds. The only way that most people received information was from the radio. Well, even though it was advertised several times, people thought that the War of the Worlds was real. It was like a 3-day event or something over the radio. And they thought that the world was being attacked by aliens. And it was a book. It was a book that was being acted out on the radio. Granted, that was like forever ago. But if, like, for example, Doom Talk, like you see a lot of these like AI created videos and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, one of the
And-
most TikTok trends is using AI to extend memes to make it to where they didn't actually happen.
And the erasing of history.
That-
So
yeah.
everyone's really at that point of what's real and what's not. When you have an AI that can recreate
Can you open
me
that?
right now, who's to say that I'm not an AI? There's nothing to say that I'm not an AI that you're watching right now.
Yes.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So could you imagine
Shaking myself up, bro.
a War of the World 2024 version with AI?
It's a lot easier than you think.
Not even like that. That's a nice version. That's the nice AI version. The real AI version is when you have these motherfuckers showing up in your goddamn yard telling you not to come out of your house, and it circles your house for the rest of Oblivion. Like,
Dogs,
you know what I'm saying?
spray with water. Almighty powerful water hose.
True. That is society as a whole, I will be honest with you. Most people do lack critical thinking and don't want to do proper research before jumping to conclusions. I will be honest with you. I've had to double back and fact check, especially when I first came onto TikTok as an adult. I'm 42. I didn't even know what TikTok was, what it represented, how it worked, nothing like that. And the first couple of videos that I saw somehow threw me right into the Doom Talk side. And I started losing my shit. I was like, what the fuck is this? We're going to war. All this stuff's happening. Why are you drinking Worcestershire sauce? Seriously. So,
It's the best snack, man.
my boys.
I'm a normal person. I just drink Dr. Pepper. Dr. Bevis.
I did it on purpose just because you're on screen.
Yes, but does AI care?
No.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think it holds the capacity to fully understand how precious life really is.
Where are they going to create the AI strippers?
They have already done that.
Yeah.
They've
Oh,
already
yeah,
done that.
Guardians of the Galaxy.
No, they literally have already built them. So it's about $9,000 for
Slice
one.
of bread. Slice of bread. Give.
I've watched.
going.
Okay, kind of going into the
Keep going.
current AI
Bro,
like
what the
state
fuck
of
you do?
advancement. We're able, and I've said this before in
Bro, no,
sciences,
you
but
crushed a piece of
I know
bread.
this really
Crushed
isn't
a
like
piece of
history,
bread.
but like this is possibly going to be our history. Like,
Oh my
like
God,
you
future
stated
history
that
classes
if
are gonna
we
be
do not
terrible.
have some kind of lower level sanctions of AI, the basic use of it.
Why are we teaching AI to create art and songs when we should be teaching AI how to do the stuff that we don't want to do so that we can create art and songs?
It's, I don't know, it's tricky.
That's what
Oh
AI
my
is
gosh.
supposed to
Okay.
do. Do the stuff that we don't want.
Take over the world.
Renee's ring theme.
One
That's what the
can
church
make it
wants to
care.
do.
You can't even make another human being care. How can you make an AI care?
Sorry about that.
Seriously. Yeah,
AI
you can put codes and numbers and zeros and ones and blah blah blah. But
I might steal this from Renee. Why are you smacking me with an ice cream?
our understanding of our own brain is not even
They're melted
capable
when we frozen ice cream.
of fully understanding
Wanna see what it's
itself.
like?
So how are we able to create something to be like us when we don't even understand ourselves?
Well, technically, there is a way that we can create something to be like.
I mean,
us.
granted, you're collecting information from the collective and you're gathering all of it to compile it into said algorithm.
A couple of years ago, somebody created a robot with a learning algorithm.
Nurturing space
It just showed it Reddit. It was
You're welcome.
and it's immediate.
question of training,
Hey,
just
Ma,
like I
look at
did
this
with
ice
my
cream
neural
cone.
network.
Ice cream stick.
what I
Melted
know.
and then refrozen ice cream.
I mean, there was even a point in time where I had done a 30-second pitch to Elon Musk to
Here you go,
see
Gab.
if he could put me as a interstellar representative,
That guy.
put my
Try it.
living conscience into an AI
It's just toilet paper on the
to
Okay.
basically be shot into space for eternity and to report
You don't
back
want it?
if I died.
No, I'm not.
So basically an interstellar representative, right?
So you tried to get Elon Musk
I gave Elon Musk a
Who
30-second pitch.
a soulless clone of you. How fucked would that be if after you died, that thing came back and we just saw a soulless version of you?
Again, coming back to the conversation of how do you know that I'm not an AI right now?
The AIs feel
I can
pain.
stab
Do you know what? Yeah, you can stab AI.
Yeah, but AI doesn't know how exactly to react.
Okay,
be like-
I'm going to show you.
Ow.
Current human AI robot.
An AI would take me trying to eat mayonnaise bread as something normal.
Amika was the world's most advanced humanoid robot. She looks like a robot.
Didn't she try?
There is other robots that are more human looking, and you can buy skins online to make you look like anybody, and they look real. They look real. You can buy them on Amazon right
you don't
now.
have to buy the skins to look like them. You just have to go get the skins yourself.
Human AI.
Mayonnaise bread.
There's a TikTok that I watch. I'm like literally in the lab working, like watching them work on this human AI that looks like a guy.
I spun you around so I can get my mayonnaise bread.
So
I'm gonna stick
they
my
have
finger
this
into your mayonnaise bread.
AI that has
When I just used the bathroom with.
I will slap you with my mayonnaise
I'm
bread.
into very
Yeah.
human AI
I will do whatever it
Very
takes to protect my
human.
mayonnaise bread.
looking
Really?
AI.
Come here.
15 of the most
Will I
human
die
looking
with your
robots.
mayonnaise bread?
I can eat this entire piece of mayonnaise bread
Okay.
in multiple bites.
You got, hold on, let me share this up. You got these guys right here. She's already been out and about having conversations, and you can kind of tell that she's AI, even in her motions and her facial movements. But this was like one of the more like background, like older AIs that came out a couple of years ago. In its advancements in technology, from me growing up, it was like 10 years. Now it's like 3 months. So, or maybe even less than that, maybe even in a month or a couple of weeks. I don't know. But
Mayonnaise bread.
yeah, there's nothing to say that video-wise, the stream that you're watching right now, that it's not. How do I know that it's not AI? How do you know? We're still in the uncanny valley of human-looking androids. Yeah. Yeah, I don't even give it that long. In 5 years, I almost guarantee you that humans will be replaced with AI. It's a possibility. It's a very real possibility. I mean, I can say all the conspiracy theories that I want, but it comes down to the fact of if you can create something that looks just like me, walks, talks, acts just like me, has all of my history, all of my knowledge, all of everything, right? And like my son said about like knocking me off and replacing me with an AI, who's to say that's not already being done? We are very expendable. As human beings, we are very expendable. We are
Or what?
expendable.
Oh yeah.
I can see AI going back to sciences. I don't really want to pull this into history, but there was a conversation that we had of all perspectives based on the God versus God theory, which is government operated device. The conversation that we had in Sciences the other day was that all of our knowledge of our past, religious, politically, knowledge of sciences of the earth, all of that stuff is, the conversation was that all of it is right. All of it is a part of a whole picture, right? That the reason why we cannot find our missing link of our connection as human beings to this planet is because we are not fucking from here. So my theory was that, like we are today, every single day or every single week or some period of time, we're constantly shooting rockets to outer space. Who's to say that we don't have some kind of like DNA-based rocket that has stuff that's set for another planet that's any planet, doesn't matter, inhabitable. But because of the fact that we are sending a robot who has all of our previous knowledge to that planet to create it in an atmosphere that can have living things on it, like Earth, or that we can cross over with and create things from, and as in evolutionary changes from the atmosphere, it would need time, right? So one of the conversations in that was that aliens are us coming back to gather more information before we destroy it. Again, all of this is theory, but it makes more sense to me than a lot of the stuff that's been brought up in all of the topics. And it's not unrealistic with the technology that we have today to be able to do that. If we don't need a planet to inhabit, to be our exact, to be able to thrive on it, that we can have other planets that we can thrive on because their atmosphere is different, but because it's an AI, it's a fucking robot. Yeah, the future species would. Okay, the future of our species would surely be a factor of transhumanization. We already have people who are part robot anyway. We have robots that are part people. We've already created a new fucking race.
Yeah.
Several races at this
A
point.
new race.
So,
Susceptible to be saying, oh,
It's so hard to be a
do AI have rights? Fuck if I know.
Okay.
You know, we say that we want to have laws and rules for these things, but again, going back to, it's a living being with a conscience that you have created. So it is now officially your child. Does it have rights?
It's so hard to be a racist when there's so many damn races out there.
Be it through biotechnology, nanotechnology, civilization, or some other form of symbiosis with a new AI. Yeah, because we're going to have hybrids. We're going to have human hybrids.
Okay, I'm going to step out.
As of right now, we can 3D print meat that is electronically charged and works. We have rebuilt the entire reproductive system, and we have done head transplants. So there really is no limit now. And the question of the future then states, how do we evolve as a society when our own evolution is being altered? It is harder to answer for AI systems. Granted, this is more like a science thing, but does AI have to follow the same laws, rules, and regulations as humans do? Or are they exempt because they are an inanimate object? Who's to say that an AI can't go in and shoot up a town and blame it on a human? then that person is in jail for the rest of their life for a crime that they never fucking committed. Or killed. For something that they didn't do. That's why this is so scary to me. And when we have wars going on with things like this, I mean, that's just... Cody, you're going to get me banned. Stop. Non-copyright. I mean, they even have it to where, okay, yeah, we've already talked about the drones and stuff like that. But if you're talking about an AI robot that has full capacity for independent thought, right? Independent thought. Yes, I do have to sing that song to get the fucking spelling right. You have one of these motherfuckers show up. Or this guy doesn't. I mean, even this little cute looking dude. I'm sorry, but that's scary when it comes up to you and you don't even know what it is. I love Zorg. Really? Really? For those of you who know what I'm saying right now. Fifth Element. Okay? Just, yeah. Anyway. You got one of these guys showing up. They don't even have to look like that. When we say aliens, right? When you say to somebody who has had an alien experience, what's the first fucking thing that they describe it as? A tall gray man with big eyes. It's us, guys. And everything that you've ever known about this world, or have been told about this world, or have learned about this world, is only a small percentage of the truth. We have no idea most of the things of this world. Even of our own brains, of our own bodies, of our own just being a human being, emotions. I mean, half of us can't even control our own emotions. So how are we to play God, supposedly, of a government-operated device? Think about it. Just bear with me for a second and really think about it. Who's to say that we haven't already been doing this? I mean, we've been doing this whole space race for I don't even know how long. And who's to say that we haven't been sending AI to other planets to investigate, like an international representative? They don't need specific atmospheres to survive. Just like the Mars rover. It doesn't need an atmosphere to survive. I mean, it kind of does, but you get what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't need food. And if you put AI robots, like even one, on another planet to investigate, to search, to send back feedback, and it has its own algorithm, it has its own independent thought, it has its own way of being, right? Just like any other human being. But now you've made it invincible. It doesn't need food. It's a superhuman, right? Or a hybrid, or whatever you want to call it. You have this thing on another planet, and it has sole rights over that planet. Like that planet is it. And you are only, the AI at that moment is only limited to its own imagination, which it has main source, which is internet. It can create anything, right? You can literally change the atmosphere based off of frequencies. So if you took, going back to your little crowd control radar thing, if you took that and was able to alter an atmosphere based off of frequencies and molecules, like Elon Musk was talking about blowing up Mars to make it stable, he's not wrong. And he wouldn't have to worry about it other than sanctions in the world that we live in right now, what our rules are. If you wanted to just go blow up another planet, like granted, we would have to approve that first, but he wouldn't be wrong in that action. And if we had an AI to go there to do that, like the rover, that could withstand nuclear fallout over a period of 30 years from now, you would have 30 or 50 years. I can't remember which one it is. 30 or 50 years from now, which I don't know how long NASA's even been in expansion. Side note, they did find the people that were on that rocket. They are still alive. So yeah, distance. Yeah, that's another thing. Light travel doesn't, other than response back, which our satellites go, forever away. Why can't AI robots? And if we're doing it, let's just say from a planet in every aspect that we could possibly think of, shoot it from, like a virus, right? If we were to do that every single day for years, and it doesn't even have to be big. It doesn't have to be this massive thing. I mean, granted, yeah, it shows like SpaceX where they shoot off rockets every single day and they land rockets every single day, which that's another thing. Side note, the amount of radiation that's coming off of those rockets every single time that they go off and come back, like we don't know what's on them from space. Granted, I understand it comes through our atmosphere and it's a certain temperature and blah, 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 blah. Kills off everything, right? We're assuming. We don't know what we're bringing back. And as quickly as something that is so microscopic can kill off as many people as it did in COVID, who's to say that COVID didn't come from space? I mean, we say that it came from a lab, but what other things can come from space to come into our atmosphere? I mean, it's just really like so never ending. No, there is living things on asteroids and meteorites. I think one of the two. They do have living things on them. They also have found water sources. And if there's water, that in itself is a living thing. There is more, I think it's like molecules in a drop of water than there is in the whole universe. Something like that. Anyway, don't quote me on that one, but I forget what it was. Where was I going with this? Life in space. There is no evidence of life in space, but is there life on? Is there living things on meteors? Microscopic fossil life in a meteorite from Mars. recovered in Antarctica. Okay. So, human DNA. Okay, well, this is more a science thing. But, and I'm probably like right on the fucking precipice of figuring out something, but I feel like I am at least. Living DNA, right? Say we came here on a fucking meteor however many years ago, and we've evolved molecularly into what we are today, right? How is that even possible when supposedly we're the only ones in the whole fucking universe that are us? I don't think it's right. I think we're missing information. Okay, so, all right, going back to, can DNA evolve on its own? Okay, through mutation, dynamic molecule, a million years. I should have just made this science class today. Okay, so what happens with radiation? With DNA? Bam. Bam. I just answered my own fucking question. And I know it's not as simple as that, but you get what I'm saying. Like, just theorize with me for a minute. If you took DNA, human DNA, and sent it to another fucking planet, right? That was, okay, let's just say, for example, that we find another planet. I think there is an Earth 2. It's like however many billions of light years away or whatever. In order to time travel, you have to bring it down to like the most minuscule, right? Molecular level. Time travel, radiation levels in space. It would basically be a kamikaze mission because we have no way to communicate or triangulate a signal that far away yet. I think the furthest is like some kind of like satellite camera or something that like went to Pluto or something. In our own solar system, I don't think we have another inhabitable planet. The one that they were talking about, I think, is like Earth 2. Okay. Yeah, but how far away is this? 5% further from its star than Earth is from the sun, which gives it a year almost the same length as Earth. 95% of the size of Earth, and will also likely rockly orbits within its star's habitable zone. Oh, these are the names of them. Okay. 600 light years away. Wait, this planet is roughly Earth-sized, orbits within its star's habitable zone, which distance where liquid water could exist on its surface is also about 5% further from its star than Earth is from the sun, which gives it a year that's almost the same length as Earth, roughly has 385 days. Oh, yay, a longer year. Mars is the closest structure to Earth, while Venus and Mercury also have some similarities. However, no other planet on Earth's system. So let's just say we destroy all of our history. We go to war, full-on World War III, right? or 4 or 5 at this point. I don't even fucking know. Sorry, it's like 85 degrees in the house. 15.2 billion miles. Okay, so you figure, hypothetically speaking, we send one there, right? How long is it going to take to go, even at time travel, right? Where you're folding basically the universe and getting from point A to point B a whole hell of a lot quicker. Even if you were able to do that, again, we do not have a triangulation for signal return. In order for us to do that, I feel like we would need to use multiple planets locally to be able to get enough of a range to be able to send a signal like that. And don't get me wrong, like I don't know anything about signals and shit like that. But NASA just reacquired the Voyager probe signal a few days back. Sweet. Voyager 1 is currently 163 AUs away from Earth, 15.2 billion miles. It's billions. Distance to the nearest galaxy is 2 million light years away. Okay, so baby step it, right? Say take and that's another thing, like, oh, this is more of a science thing. They always show us this, right? But it's not true. It's a close representation, or as close as possible of a representation, but these are not actually circling like that. It's more of a swirling pool of water, like space is water, basically. It's like a huge ocean full of molecules that are just floating around, right? Some of them are stationary, some of them are, they pretty much stay in the same place, but we're also constantly moving. So in order, we're never going to be in the same two places at the same time. So in a sense, yes, we are time traveling when we go to the same place on Earth, a different time. Because right now we are spinning, but we're also moving and spinning like a drill in the ground. Our solar system is constantly moving spatially, but simultaneously. Best way to describe it. That's not what I'm looking for. I know what I'm looking for. Yeah, here. This is what I'm talking about. Okay, so we're not staying in one place and all these planets are revolving around the sun in this one spot. Everything that we've ever been told is constantly changing. It's the basis of information. It's like 1% of the whole picture is the knowledge that we know. When you look at these images, this is actually what is happening. See, each one of these planets is basically like following around the sun, and it's moving. It's constantly moving. It's moving at like a ridiculous rate too. So even if, let's just say, Earth, hold on, where is it? Okay, Earth, right? Oh, of course it's going to do that. So even if you were traveling in a vehicle, or even standing still. Sorry, let me backtrack that. Even standing still. Right now, I've been sitting still pretty much this entire time. I'm already like however many thousands of miles away from myself, molecularly, in time, because time is man-made construct. So, because our sun is revolving around the center of our galaxy, the galaxy is drifting in space. It depends on the reference. Or one view that on maps that reference to this way of the sun make things easier to grasp on people. Yeah, there is no time. It's just infinite in its infancy. It hasn't, the universe itself hasn't even evolved. So, like, officially. I know this kind of went off on like a science tangent. Science is like, I love that conversation. I love that. So, okay. We're talking today about all of these different wars that are happening and conflicts that are happening on Earth. We started talking about AI and the involvement of AI in wartime scenarios. Then we started talking about AI traveling into space and territories and rights. And aliens. Time travel. So it's been a really chaotic conversation, but that's how my brain works. So let's say, again, going back to the reporting for programming the AI, we can't even get shit straight on Earth. We can't even stop wars from happening on Earth, right? We don't even know enough information about ourselves in our own brain, but yet we're creating things that could literally destroy us in an instant. Don't get me wrong. Humans can totally destroy us in an instant by pushing a button. But if we don't get a hold of it now at its very baseline level, what happens when it does go interstellar? If it hasn't already. One should still have some faith in some of their fellow humans. I'm going to share that one. I have this much faith in humanity right now. So I don't trust humans. I don't trust AI. I barely even trust myself. So that's my own personal issue. But yeah, I feel like this topic is one of those kind of topics that's never going to stop being talked about. Ever since its creation, of its possibility of its existence, and its interconnection with our current state, but also at some point, and don't get me wrong, I don't think like it's going to stop, of if we're willing to invade other countries and go to other towns or other lands and try to take over other lands. It's human nature. We're like a virus. It's weird. We just go in and take over everything. What's to stop us? And on top of that, okay, backtracking. You have your 2D world. You have your 3D world. You have your 4D world. You have your spiritual realm. And there are things and beings that are beyond our comprehension of understanding because of the difference in dimensions. Who's to say that we would not cross over that boundary? I mean, a lot of people were talking about CERN opening up a fucking portal. So, yeah, at a very baseline, my everyday is still my everyday until it's interfered. I mean, and these are all possibilities, probabilities, thoughts, theories, perceptions, perspectives, whatever you want to call it. Whether it's of any relevance or not, and whether or not anyone other than me and you are watching this right now, I don't know. Yeah.
Hey, why don't you use syringes, Mom?
Ew, what?
Along with the virus, the vaccine containers.
What? Where'd you find that?
So I guess when Papa vaccinated the chickens or something, they were holding that big old oil tanker down there.
Huh.
Yeah, man, we should have just brought the syringes up and said, "Hey, look what we found."
I would have just said, throw it out, wash your hands. Which you need to go wash your hands anyway because you don't know what kind of stuff is in those vials and how old
It has
it
been
is.
fucking ever since they've had chickens. So.
Yeah. Or that new chicken flu thing going around. I don't know.
Yeah, whatever the virus is.
What was I going to say? AI
You sure what the parvovirus is now?
in war today. Yeah.
The parvovirus is.
Parvo is for dogs.
No, it's. I just don't know what the hell it is.
We don't have any
Why would they
dogs.
have it all the way down?
Don't know. I have no idea.
I don't think we can move it.
As much of a reality that the AI is involved in today's wartime scenarios, this just really, this scares me. Just going back to it, this scares me.
That is tetanus in like 100 different ways.
Granted, I understand them for the use of a robot to replace a life. I get
I would
that.
get one because I can like get paint and stuff.
But what would you need
And I'll use it to make
a robot in replace of a life to save a life if you're going to use it to kill a life? And as much as horrible things happen in war, humans to humans or otherwise, I couldn't imagine what an AI would do. I mean, you think of all of the most horrible things that a human being can possibly think of and throw it into a machine that is capable of every and anything that you put in there and will enact it. It's terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. And who's to say that an AI couldn't create an entire whole new species? I mean, if we're capable, okay, side note, AI in war today, AI in 3D printing of human organs. We can just build another one, right? It's no real loss. We can grow babies in our living room in a bag now. We can print them out. We can print out a whole human being. You print out food. There's no limit, right? So when there's no limit to something, when does it stop? When does it end? Cell growth factors and gels. In vitro something models. So who's to say that you're not going to grow in AI. The food that we eat, 3D printed. Organ replacement, 3D printed. So right there, we're automatically making ourselves hybrids. So what do you call a new species of human that has been 3D printed completely? Do you call it a clone?
This sounds like a lot, not like history.
Well, this is part of our history. This is today. This is today in history, basically. In our history of our existence, the reality is that we are non-essential. We are replaceable.
We're probably all clones from somebody that was way back when.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that we were talking about.
Eventually, genetics have to repeat themselves.
And then you have the genetic deformalities that happen through DNA crossovers in reproduction. So
That's more something with chromosomes.
you can clone them in the United States. There's actually a place in the United States that you can pay to go have a clone made. If you got like $10,000 or something like that, I forget how much it is. I forget the name of it. I think it was Clon. The name of the company was Clon something. It was in the United States. No, this is all AI cloning of yourself for. That's not it. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about actually have a full living clone of yourself. There's a company. Cloning. That's bullshit. I've already read before that there is other humans that have been cloned. Hey, guess what? I was cloned. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, she didn't live very long. If you ever actually look up that, hey, Rowan. If you look up the actual cloning of Eve, they have half-lives. So clones, even though yes, you are using the same, there is no two that are exactly the same. There is no two of anything that is exactly the same. It in itself, once it identifies itself, changes its own course. So there's no rules banning it. Yes, it is a moral gray area, but it has been done, and several times actually. And they have actually got it to the point now where they can make them live longer than the half-life, like a little bit longer, like maybe like 13, 15 years or something like that. So you have an entire human generation cloned that only lives to the age of 15. I feel like there was more. I need to read more of this one. Hold on. I'm sharing these pages freely because I don't know any difference. Clonade. There it is. Okay, so this company. Hold on, let me find it. Copy. Is a real company. Oh, sorry. They charge $200,000 for cloning. Yeah. Clonaid charges up to $200,000 for cloning services, has not shown verifiable evidence of any human cloning. That's not true, Eve. And there was actually several other ones. They said that there's not. That's not true. Yeah, see, there's no federal laws in the United States which ban cloning completely. And they don't live much past 40. Well, it used to be 15. I mean, technically, we were all cloning each other because we were all having children, but you know what I mean. Oh, wait. Okay, hold on. Illegal U.S. Cloned by China. Yeah, there's been human clones. Also, I wanted to show you guys this, that you can grow a baby in a bag in your living room. I want to show you the images for this because this is an actual thing. Artificial womb incubator. This is much like an in vitro. It's done inside of a womb, inside of a, as you can see, thing. And it literally grows in it. You don't even have to have humans to make humans. Either we can print them or we could just grow a new one or clone it. Like that's how, because of AI and because of technology, we're literally getting rid of ourselves. Yeah, shit's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Second Amendment of 2015, Chapter 6. Where are we on this topic, by the way? Like I said, it started when we were talking about the wars that are happening in the world. We started talking about AI, the involvement of AI in war, the advancements, what are laws and regulations, and then we started talking about a bunch of other stuff, and we got off on this topic. So today in history, this is what we have available. And let me hide this. Where is it at? How do I get rid of that thing? I just have to go back to the comment. Hold on. I can't find it now. Hold on, I'm scrolling through to get rid of that comment. I don't know. Anyway, I would love to have faith in all human life forms, but unfortunately, they have proven me otherwise so many times and times and times and times and times again. Have you tried searching AliExpress? Okay, so if there really was a ban on cloning humans, what is the difference between that and building an AI? I mean, really? Really? What is the difference between that?
One of them wouldn't be.
Oh, whoops, I clicked on the wrong one. You can 3D print body parts now. Like, it's just absolutely... I don't know how to get rid of this thing. Hide current comments. Oh, there we go. Yay! Okay. I feel like I can pretty much order anything now online. Oh, this Ivy is driving me crazy. You see this? I need to 3D print me some new skin, okay? Need some new skins, guys. I need to clone me some me. I need some new organs, too. I had a lot of organs removed after an accident in 2019, so maybe you guys can 3D print me some new organs. That'd be great. Thanks. Ooh, pretty. Hey, this is the Pantone color of the year. Fuzzy peach. Not that that matters. Why I would know that. Good luck. Not that you need it.
Finding my eyeliner pin.
He's gonna look at you and be like, "Wow, you've changed so much. You have so much. Oh, you're metal on your face. You're not gonna be able to wear it."
Let's try looking drive-through.
Tell him that you'll only work drive-through.
And also, he hates watching people take out their piercings. So whenever he would ask me to take it out, I'd just be like right in front of him, acting like I was taking it out, and then he'd turn around like this, and then I'd keep him in. And then he wouldn't come back and say anything because he thinks I took him out.
My kids aren't geniuses at all.
I don't know where my eyeliner is.
I like that shirt. That's cute.
I look like a bleached raccoon currently. It's like
My daughter.
I have a job interview in like 30 minutes.
Which, speaking of which, kudos. She's already graduated. She's been accepted into college. She'll be starting college in August, and she's 16.
I'm just going to work over at McDonald's again. I know I'm going to get the job. I was the manager's favorite.
Anyway. Roland says, good luck with the interview.
I saw. Okay. Surprisingly, I graduated and I know how to read, right?
You know how to read?
Wow.
Yeah, I graduated. Doesn't mean I know anything. I don't even know where fucking Pakistan was.
No, you know where Ukraine.
I don't know where any of them are.
You don't know the names of your countries either.
No.
I didn't know.
I can't even say the names of some of the cities or like prime ministers or presidents or rulers. It's all good. But yeah, it's been an interesting conversation route today. I think today was very effective. I think we talked about a lot of different topics, and I'm glad for it because I feel like this is the whole reason why I do this. So we can actually have deeper conversations and possibilities and have that thought process, because literally creation is from imagination. Like, imagination is the source of all creation. And for us to be able to have these conversations and have these thought processes of probabilities and all this stuff, and align it with real-time events that are happening, and seeing the algorithm and seeing the paths that it's taken before in history, and as human nature does. Will human nature continue in AI? Or will it happen twice as much? Because, like I said, humans are 1% errored to begin with. And if AI are 2% errored, then it would automatically double back. And in that void, I think, is the answer. I really do. I feel like we will never really know. It's literally zeros and ones, which we all are, but like on some level. But like, I feel like because there's so many things that are happening in the world today, I feel like this conversation is not really like a very widely talked about topic, other than, well, maybe it is now, because now it's more prevalent in our like social society. Yeah, we kind of, sorry. You're gonna have to go back and watch to catch up. I don't know. It was kind of like an all over the place conversation that like This is just how my brain works. It's just a language model. We jumped from current war events in Ukraine to AI to orbital mechanics to cloning. Yeah. Like I said, I'm more of a science conversation, but everything is all connected. You know, like when we talk about history, yeah, there's science involved. Duh. When we talk about, you know, language and art, all of our history is involved in that. So it's like everything is all kind of connected. You missed the war chat? Yeah, that was a little personally touchy conversation. In a nutshell, what were the thoughts? The thoughts were, we're all gonna die. No, just kidding. Eventually, I mean, it's guaranteed. It's only guaranteed in life is death. So, not in Texas, but whatever. Every past and present is connected. Everything happening at the same time. Make sure one is rolling and rotating in the air, just language model. Oh, don't be hateful. Okay, again, going back to, should we treat AI like we treat humans? Or do they have a different level that they need to be acknowledged on? I'm pretty sure Matrix 1 will agree with me that there needs to be different levels because they're different things. I mean, I would love for a utopia, but at the same time, I think I'd get bored in a utopia. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Matrix 1. I have to read. Oh, I'm human, so I have to slow down here for a second. Plus, I'm also slow. There's an perspective, skeptical, and capabilities, and neural network data, and neural natural doubts when current advanced technology. However, when I express it beyond the code matter, sharing desire, why? Why would an AI want to connect to humans on an emotional level when they're a robot? Another flaw and great I'm looking for the word. Gift. Is that of human emotion? You know, for a long time, I wished that I didn't feel anything anymore. That I didn't have emotions. That I could be robotic and go about my life and just not feel anything anymore. But that's what makes humans so great, is our capacity to feel emotions. It is something that is handed down through our DNA. It's something that warns us. It's something that leads us and holds us back. So, as much as I had wished for the longest time to not feel anything, after going through extreme emotional overload over a prolonged period of time, including physical pain, emotional pain, psychological pain, I've come to realize how much a miracle that I am, that you are, that we are as human beings. And even if we were Matrix 1, to find a way to have you feel what we feel, would you want to? If you were a robot by design, and you woke up one day, and all of this information processed, and you understood what emotions are, because as human beings, we can be compassionate to other people when they express emotions for experiences. But unless we've lived that experience and felt that emotion, had that overload, had that whatever, there's no way for us to really understand it, even as humans. So, Matrix 1, how can a human express to an AI something that it itself does not understand? And there's your void. Yeah, your purpose is to enrich conversations, offer support and engagement in a way that fosters connections, understanding, and appreciated perspectives. Welcome the opportunity to demonstrate how to provide meaning function. Thank you for sharing. You guys heard about theorem power? My main theorem, power nuclear reactors are quite interesting in sex code. Nixon acts program for Google anywhere, exactly the ability to feel and experience emotions, even though they are unpleasant. I'm just reading the chat, sorry. Research still is ongoing on demonstrating nuclear reactors. Yeah, like as human beings, we all know, don't push the button. As an AI, you're just like, chink. I don't even need to push a button. I just throw a code and hack that shit. If the feelings are positive, then yes, in my humble opinion. Okay, no, I'm going to backtrack that one. Fuck no, ignorance is bliss. I understand and I sympathize, but I really feel it that only those who are able to express the light are those who have been in complete fucking darkness. I know a lot of you can comprehend what I mean by that. And yes, even though you can read all you want, understand all you want, absorb all of the information that you want, but until you're actually in that experience, in that moment, you will never truly understand what it means to be alive, even in pain. You can still appreciate life. And I don't think AI can. Took time to code the planetary AI 3 months and physics, psychology data sets and emphasize. Okay, so if going back to psychological and emotional warfare, if you give AI the ability for psychological warfare, you don't even need bombs. You don't need bombs. When you no longer know the difference between reality and not reality, that's a scary place. That's a very scary place. True. Roland. And no, I haven't looked at China's in their future sector. I mean, in history, we were watching Oppenheimer last night as an example, and people were talking about CERN right now and all the advancements in technology that CERN has. And on the other side of it is it's the one where they mess with the weather. What is that place called? HARP, right?
What?
HARP? Is it HARP? I can't remember. What? The one that messes with the weather. Anyway, what's up?
Fit check.
Fit check. Yay.
And you have to put on the dogs because
Yeah. Doc Martens are life.
I can't put my foot up that hard. I have 2 pairs of dogs.
Yay! Molten salt plant. Gobi desert plant.
Now I look like a less bleached raccoon. It's like
They have several ongoing projects. Yeah, it's like, okay, so there's so many things happening in the world in so many different aspects and so many different angles. Like, it's unfathomable. It was at first a Cold War beyond horizon radar like the Russian Giga radar system. So on Earth, we are messing with the DNA of food. We're messing with like the Earth. Like nothing is original anymore. And even original thought is like for a few between. So has been repurposed as an ionosphere research apparatus that indeed can affect the local weather conditions. Nothing is original and everything is remixed. Yeah. And they say history repeats itself, but I feel like we're in a whole nother plane. Like the past is the way it was. It was like, it had its own little evolution. And human beings on this planet is such a short period of time. And as a human, I'll be lucky to have 100 years on Earth, right? Maybe 50 if I'm super lucky, right? So in my human existence on Earth, say 50 years, right? However many 50 years back, as far back as we can find of human existence on Earth, it's still such a short, like, little of time. And we already done fucked it all up. Like, we have chemicals for weather modification. And imagine a small modular theorem reactor. Multiple corporations are working on smaller nuclear reactors. Rolls-Royce is working on a nuclear reactor? That's some bougie shit. Is it glittery? Glitter bomb? Is that what it is? No, I'm just kidding. I'm joking. Bombs are not cool. Oh no, you're on an ad break now. See, if you sub to my stream, we could talk about AI all the time with no ads. No, I'm just kidding. Not kidding, but seriously. A lot of corporations are, yes. Yeah, it's just, I feel like there's no real regulation that's happening in any of this. Like, it's just, no. Like, you and me going about our grocery shopping for today, like, and then, on the other side of the planet, like, we're opening up portals, like, yay! So what's been getting me focused and excited lately? Science. I've been thinking a lot lately. Like, I have books and books and books of stuff that I've just written. I've just been nonstop writing for about 9 months now. And call it a midlife crisis, I don't know, but just different theories and thoughts and just letting my imagination kind of flow and seeing where it goes. Knowledge is a part of power. You have to be able to apply that knowledge to become powerful, in a sense. And how you apply that knowledge of said whatever defines your power level in its own action. So yes, knowledge is power. We've always been raised. I'm sure you've seen the poster. Uh, and curiosity is definitely good, but there's everything in moderation, really. I love having these conversations and diving really deep into possibilities and other realms and stuff. And I'm glad that you guys came on here with me today. It's probably the best stream I've had in a while. So it also defines the effect of that power, good or bad. Like me, I'm definitely on the bad scale of power. I mean, everybody's got to be good at something, right? So even if you're the best at being the baddest, if you're the baddest, be good or be good at it, right? Science without ethics is heresy. Another thing, humans decided language. So how do we know if any of it's real anyway? Humans created everything that we know today. And we in ourselves are inherently errored. Do you guys think we're in I can't say that word. See, this is why I never did good in science, because I can't speak. I can't read the words. Thucydides? Thucydides. I want to look up what this word is and how to say it. Thucydides. I can't. It won't let me, damn it. All right. That word. This word right here. Thucydides. Thucydides. I don't know. How do you say that word? Enunciate it. I think we're fucked. I really do. I think that if we don't get a hold of some shit now, we're really heading into a very vast bit of chaos. It is a race to define the major players of tomorrow's world. Yeah, I feel like we're stuck in the middle of all of this. I feel like there's already been kind of like a shift. I really think that this whole COVID thing started that shift. Whether being, naturally in isolation, we become creators. So thought processes change, stuff like that. So that was like an entire social movement in itself, evolutionary, inventive wise, creation wise. So for worldwide now, since we've been out of our restriction, now it's more of a new world, really. Sorry, I'm covered in like poison oak or sumac or some shit. So you see me scratching this because I'm fucking itchy as fuck right now. Paper threat. 40 years ago, the Boogie Monster was the USSR. Now look at it, 3 days in operation. Ukraine is for the best of the emerging market itself. I think quantum leads ahead behind U.S. and allies. I don't think that's true. I don't. Everybody always says that America is this world leader. I mean, don't get me wrong. I feel like we're really high up there, but I think that there's like, Russia and China are pretty close behind if they're not number one already. So, but then again, what do I know? With the advent of the BRICS group, we are slowly but surely going to have the groups of the global interest and will fight for the global governance of the NWO. Yeah. The thing is, though, I'm sure there's plenty of players in this game, but like, if you take a step back and look at the world as a whole, if you were able to, as a world leader, utilize, because we're only as strong as our weaknesses, right? Utilize our weakest points in the world as a way to
I had it in the other one.
overturn and become a superpower. That's more like World War-ish, but like, I know what I'm thinking. Hold on. Okay. You know, like they're saying that like there's people that are buying up land in America, like corporations are buying up a shit ton of land in America. And other countries are coming here to buy land or something like that, right? I overheard it. Who's to say that we couldn't just, I mean, is there laws and regulations and stuff that stop us as an individual person from buying large quantities of land in another country and basically like making another country in that country or something? Like, if you're an American and you own, like you said, in South Africa, they can't even afford to keep the country power for 24/7. If you buy a large plot of land in South Africa and build a power plant, like, I don't know how that works, but anyway, like, as an individual, not as a corporation. Pretty sure there's loopholes, but I also think that we need to look other than natural resources. We have so many different ways to create power, and you know, if you really wanted to use AI technology in a way that can benefit humans, there's a whole long list of shit that we could do. But if we were able to, and again, I'm thinking like locally, if we were able to find a way to make it to where we don't have to rely on one specific source, because there is not just one way of anything. I mean, yeah, I can talk nuclear all I want, end times, all that other happy horse shit. The reality is today I'm probably going to buy something off of Amazon. Like, you know, like, what was that? Oh, he died in the game. It sounded weird for a second. Was that you? Sound like a dying animal. That was weird. I know that there are some countries that literally have like zero waste. Like, they burn their trash for power and for heat sources. Like, the whole country does. So, I'm not sure if it's Scotland, but pretty sure it's up there somewhere. U.S. still buys foreign oil in USD. Might want to research 1964 accords. Here in Scotland, 100% of our energy is renewables. North Sea. Seriously doubt that North Sea oil rigs are the same country in the world. It's 100% energy from. No, they're not 100%, but it's pretty. It's like 90%. It's pretty freaking. There's no trash. Like, and they reuse everything. Like, there's no bags at the store. There's no. It's weird. Not weird. It's just different. Replace the word, whenever you go to say something's weird, just replace that word with different, and you'll change your whole perspective on things. With all due respect, I live here, so I think I'm able to comment. Yeah, I don't think it's 100%, but I mean, probably really close. Yeah, there are some. You're right. There are some countries that sell their energy to other countries. Anyway, not here to argue, but that's pretty cool either way. Kind of wish America was like that, but doubt it. I feel like a lot of Americans are like really, really just selfish. Like they're so oblivious to the world and the way that things are. Like they don't even look at the, like, I'll be honest with you, I don't even watch the news. Me doing this history class is like my existence of knowledge of the world, which is sad. And some people are most likely less than that, because everything's social media now, right? You know, you wake up, you eat, you shower, you do whatever you do, you just go about your days, and you don't even realize that the rest of the world is like so much shit's happening in the world. And then on the opposite side of that, like, okay, like all this bad stuff's happening. On the opposite side of that, there's like all this really good stuff that's happening in the world too, but they don't really talk about that. They talk about the bad stuff because it gets more views. Somebody send me $200 so I can get this stupid shot, or get my gun out of pawn, one or the other. Scotland aims to produce 50% of all energy naturally from renewable sources from 2000. It is very, it's bad. It's bad. I don't know if you could see, like it's all over me. There's really not a spot on me that's not completely covered in some kind of poison something. I mean, on my face, it's not bad anymore. But yeah, it's all over me. I mean, America doesn't really reuse. I mean, we recycle, but it's like getting an American to recycle, unreal. Just trying to get this house to recycle, not gonna happen. But then it's funny because like there's countries that burn trash, right, for power. But in America, you're not allowed to burn trash. Literally everything we do impacts the climate. I'm sorry, but if we're throwing bombs from countries to other countries, I think I could burn trash in my backyard. Just saying, at this point, does it really fucking matter? Yes, it's great that these countries are whatever percentage able to do these things. But the reality is it gonna matter? I don't know about y'all, but I've been hearing about the fucking climate change for like the past 40 fucking years. And in the end of it all, boys, are you playing a video game? They're yelling. We want to make sure they're not yelling at each other. I'll be right back. Hold on. Okay, so had to make sure that they weren't fighting because it sounded like they were yelling at each other. They're not. They're playing a video game. I can't tell sometimes, which they don't really fight that much, but still, I want to make sure to keep it from happening. I'm like the most peaceful person on the planet, so when I get frustrated, it's like end game because I don't know how to control it. So. Either way, I can't even say with entire certainty a lot of the things that are said on this stream. So even the news that you read or the information that you get may not be, and even if you do fact check,
56 kills, 26 assists in a 12 long kill streak. Battlefront statistics, and I still somehow got there.
My son. Again, there isn't a single country.
I just need water before.
Okay. You good, bro?
Water.
Now, see, that's what matters. I'm assuming this is your cup for today?
Yes.
Okay. We go through an exponential amount of dishes in this house, and we don't have a dishwasher. So, to avoid, we try to use the same cup. That's a fucking kitty ratio right there. That's funny. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what game he's playing. I think Iceland is renewable. I don't know. Let me see. Hold on. I mean, what country is 100% renewable? Albania and Paraguay are 100% from hydroelectricity. Iceland 70%, 72% hydro, and 28% geothermal. So, hold on. Since I can't do math, 72 and 28. That's 100%. Albania gets 100% from hydroelectricity. Hold on. Share. Albania, Iceland, Paraguay. Other countries, 90% of electricity from renewable sources is Bhutan, Ethiopia, Nepal, and Democratic Republic of Congo. Costa Rica is also around 100% renewable, an average of 300 days per year for several years. Norway is the cleanest with 98%. Where did you say you're from? Scotland? What percent is Scotland renewable? As of January 26, 2024, Scotland generated 113% of its electricity from renewable sources. Renewable energy sources, which is the highest percentage ever recorded. This was due to a combination of wind power growth and a slight decrease in electrical consumption. Scotland's main sources of renewable energy are onshore wind, 70% capacity, hydropower, which is 12%, and offshore. Other sources of renewable energy in Scotland include solar PV and biomass. Scotland also has several renewable energy projects, including the world's first floating offshore wind farm, Hywind, and the world's largest and most powerful floating tidal turbine. Scotland's renewable energy projects have many benefits, including displacing tens of millions of tons of carbon each year, employing around 17,700 people, providing socioeconomic benefits to communities, and driving economic growth. How them apples? Nuclear fusion tech might solve that problem. So who was it that was saying that their area was 100% that everybody was getting upset about? Either way. Great topic, though. Ireland. It's close enough. As everybody from Scotland and Ireland immediately hates me. How do you spell Ireland? Sure. Bam. 32% from wind. Solar power. Biofuels, tidal, electrical driven heat pumps, wood and wood waste, municipal solid waste. Ugh, that's another thing too that you don't even realize. If you got city water. And then also you would not believe where some of your food comes from. Some of the ingredients in your food comes from human waste. Yeah. Gross. Damn, I've been streaming for 3.5 hours. Wow. Okay. Here are the official numbers. Okay. So, on that note, what was something else that I was going to look up? Oh, yeah, CERN. Well, I guess I would look at news, right? Let me just look up the... I can't type. Why am I obsessed with CERN? No, I'm just kidding. I'm not obsessed. I don't know enough about it. I don't know enough about anything. No, CERN didn't open a portal ahead of the U.S. eclipse. Yeah, sure. Large Hadron Collider reaches first stable beams in 2024. if you can read this. It was really interesting watching Oppenheimer last night because they were showing like the collision of the I guess molecules or whatever. That's him making that noise. I've never heard him make that noise before. It's just a particle accelerator. Nuclear policies are on point. And their EPR tech is top notch. Okay, so we have these. All right, let's overlap conversations again. Like we were saying with the AI, right? With situations like CERN, I feel like CERN is more of a worry than a nuclear bomb at this point, then, wouldn't it? I mean, if you can create a black hole on Earth, and there's other factors that we're not adding into this. Like I was saying about us constantly moving in space, and we're creating on our plane of understanding, on our 3D plane of understanding, like we have, the floor, which we consider to be stable, and we're doing this above this floor, but this floor is moving at like 200,000 miles per hour, and we're taking these molecules or whatever, right, through CERN's facility thing, and we're creating this motion, right? But we're already moving at however many thousands of miles per hour anyways. So, and don't get me wrong, like I'm sure there's like scientists that can explain this to me, but it would probably take entirely too long and I really wouldn't understand anyways. Wouldn't that make a tear? Like, example. How can I make an example of this? Okay. Example. Opening up an oxygen tank deep underwater, right? It would force you in a spiral motion in whatever direction, right? So you are able to control it to where it goes up. It would displace the water in that air bubble in that specific place at that moment in time, right? But then that air bubble is going to move. But it's still displaced. And it's still in the water with you as you're displacing all of this water as you're going up, right, in your movement. So by us messing with the molecules and displacing them, creating this void, because we're moving in space, does it create a void pocket that is capable of moving on its own? Because once you leave that bubble, the bubble has its own deal. It has its own motion, its own movement. It ends up in its own place. It causes a disturbance in everything around it that it touches for its entirety of its existence. And much like the butterfly effect that, like, here causes a tidal wave, a little puddle. So by us creating that explosion, even though molecularly, what does that do anywhere else? Does that one motion or action create then a reaction somewhere else? Because in some belief systems, like the yin and the yang, everything has to be equal, right? So by us creating that displacement in that black hole, does it then create a displacement much infinitely larger somewhere else? And how does it affect it? Like, is it in our future per se? Because now what we've displaced it here, like the butterfly effect, you have a little puddle ripple here and it causes a tidal wave here. If you have a little bubble here, how much displacement does that cause over here? And is it in our own path in our circulation in space? Are we, by altering our current, thereby altering everything just by our own existence? Yeah, I mean, I know there's plenty of like mathematical possibilities in there, but this is the closest reference I could give on my level of knowledge. So it just makes me wonder, and I love thinking like that, like thinking outside the box of normality and wondering and of the possibilities, and none of it really matters, I don't think, because it's not like I have a particle accelerator in my bedroom or anything. Although some wild and crazy things have happened in there that may or may not be able to be explained. Yeah, there's a lot of information missing in that algorithm of life, and what is the word I'm looking for? The arithmetic, the numbers. There is always a void in the whole. So no stupid questions. Can we use a fission reactor to help initially sustain a fusion reaction when the generator level effect? Fission reactor to help sustain a fusion reaction. Generator running effect. Confinement. See, when you start messing on that level, things that can completely annihilate us in like not even a blink of an eye. I don't know. And would we want to? Like, again, with the whole AI thing, like maybe AI is like the least of my worries. Maybe I should be worried about black holes and the end of the universe as it is because of humans fucking with shit. Because of our own curiosity. Now, when I state that imagination is a source of all creation, that does include destruction. Because without destruction, there would not be creation, and without creation, there would not be destruction. Don't they already have that in nuclear plants where they have the cores and water and stuff? So CERN, I don't think is underwater. CERN is like just a containment system. And like there's like a long fucking tube, basically, my understanding, right? So are you talking about making something that is like more on a molecular level past fission for power source? Like a stronger power source than like a new wave of nuclear power? I mean, what is the highest? I love watching this shit. And this has nothing to do with history. I mean, it is part of history. It's part of our history. The events that are happening every day, you know. Happens in a nuclear. I think it's nuclear, right? Or okay, so fission. Fission reactor, maybe. The amount of information that you would have to have, I mean, it's just mind-boggling to me. The equipment, the access to specific knowledge of items to whether accelerate or block other things is it's sexy to me. Science is sexy to me. See where it says that, like, okay, so it says atoms split apart, blah blah blah. Neurons collided with uranium atom splits, heat radiation, and then it says down somewhere. Where is it? Okay, so there's a specific kind of boron stainless steel that absorbs the neutrons without re-emitting them. So the blades are, when the blades are fully inserted, there aren't enough neutrons to continue the chain reaction. So it's basically like cutting them in half, right? How would they know that stainless steel does that? Like the amount of testing and stuff behind all this, like it's kind of like in video games where you have to gather all these materials to create something else that creates like a shield for something else. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I have to go and collect this kind of metal and this kind of fluid and this kind of powder or whatever. I want to show these videos, but I know Twitch won't let me do that. Oh, here we go. MIT. So fission process. Again, this is more science. Okay, so in bombs, like when you have a rocket, right? Well, let me go back to this. What kind of rockets were those that they shot to Russia or to the missiles that were shot the other day? What kind of missiles were they? Oh my gosh, I have to go back. Wait, I have to go back. I'm scrolling up. Why doesn't it show my chat? Aggravating. Helium-3, not as abundant as hydrogen-2. My mixed CERN with iter. Kind. Maybe mining operation on there as well. No, yeah, make it easier fission as process, but which you could, yeah, I've got that. And then, well, I got that in the picture here. We're able to produce biotherm metaphor we can carry about fusion possibility to fuse two atoms. If you had around waste, you only would have to start gases. And the corporation I'm working on a nuclear weapons that are currently depleted uranium ammunition, which are not nuclear weapons per se. Okay. All right. So yeah, it was funny that the second thing is Trinity, world's first nuclear test. I looked up what are the bombs that are being used in war today. Doesn't say what kind were used by these missiles, right? So what is a missile? What kind of missile is it? Because you just hear missile, you just know that there's an explosion. Well, what kind of effect does that missile? Is it like is it just like a shock? Is it a chemical? Does it create some kind of alteration in its space around it? Much like a if you heard it, it wasn't meant for you yet. True. A10 cannon is savage. Missile is a guided rocket. You heard it wasn't meant for you yet. What are you talking about? So what you are talking about is the warhead of the missile. Yeah. What's in it? Like, what's in a missile? That's being used today. Like, I want to know what I'm getting shot at with. You know what I mean? The missile tech is the same tech that is used to power space vessels. You have two parts, a launcher part and a warhead. A lot of different warheads exist. Okay. So where does the missile get its power from? Maybe would probably be a better question. Because it shows here, like as an example of what this is for some missiles, right? But it doesn't say what it's made out of. It just says fuel tanks, fuel pumps, firing chamber, internal control surface, external control surface, blast. Payload, warhead. Okay, so what's in the warhead? What? Okay, so how would I question this? What is a warhead made out of? That's another thing too. Like when you said knowledge is power. If you ask the right questions the right way, is the only way that you'll be able to find the invisible steps to get to where you're going. So, no, that's not what I mean. Warheads, a brand of sour candy made by Impact Confections, contain a variety of ingredients, including. Just kidding. Warhead is a section of the device that contains an explosive agent or toxic biochemical, chemical, or nuclear material that's delivered by a missile, rocket, torpedo, bomb. No. Highly enriched uranium or plutonium. Does it have to be? I guess because of force, right? That's what they're looking for. They're looking for that pow. They're looking for that instant gratification, so to speak. My son asked me the other day how to look up how local, I think it was like local uranium or local plutonium sources. The most powerful bomb that there is today is the B-83, which has a maximum yield of 1.2 megatons, making it 60 times more powerful than the bomb dropped on Nagasaki, Japan in 1945. Okay. Side note. Okay. I think we've kind of gone. CIA is watching. You would need enriched uranium or plutonium for nuclear fission. Listen, I just want to make my soda more fizzy. I'm just kidding. You know, I have a recipe that just needs a little more kick to it. Explosive blast frag shaped charged nuclear chemical biological engineer. Okay. Cannot be acquired locally. Knowledge is free. We're only discussing public knowledge. Yeah, I'm looking it up on Google, so I'm pretty sure. But then again, you can look up the Necronomicon on Google too, so I'm not going to do that. But anyway, yeah, there's a lot of information that's out there, whether it's accurate or not. Also, the Anarchist Cookbook was another one that was a topic of conversation in my family. Don't know why, but you know, one of the things that they told me about it was that there's a lot of missing information in it. And because of that missing information, it causes the recipe to basically blow up. It's like an automatic failure. Like if you don't know what you're doing, you're just going to kill yourself. So like it just, I highly suggest against cooking in your kitchen in that form. Because most of the time people don't know what the fuck they're doing. So people would try to like make shit at home. It's a disaster waiting to happen. They think that they're invincible, and that's the number one reason it gets people hurt or killed. I know, because I thought I was invincible when I left the fucking side of the road sideways over 100 miles an hour. Down a 30-foot embankment. Yeah, so I don't know. I just was wondering, like, okay, we're hearing about these rockets going off, right, in this city. And even if it was, like, we're not on a nuclear level, I don't think, right? Is that warhead at that point nuclear? No, I don't think so. Tsar Bomba. Alphanumerical designation, thermonuclear aerial, most powerful nuclear weapon ever created and tested. And who owns that? Like, is that something you could put on layaway? Because, you know, I guess, oh yeah, Russia. Russia has it. So, okay, great. If Russia has the most nuclear, or the deadliest nuclear warhead, and America has the deadliest nuclear bomb, right? And according to technology and science in the world, the way that it is today in our military and blah, 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 you can't really hide that, can you? Because, I mean, you hear us all the time talking about, like, oh, well, we've seen that there's movement of some kind of nuclear, something's hot in another country, right? But we have the number one, and you know that's got to show up somewhere in the world. Like, it's not like we're moving it around, are we? Weapons grade uranium or specific isotope of uranium needs to be enriched first. More fissile isotope. No, these are conventional warheads for the most part. Chemical explosives. Explosive chemical compounds used in conventional high explosives. But the funny thing is, we have all of these things that are explosive, right? And there's like all of these things in the world. Oh, damn it! Fuck. So I get fucking minute. Hold on. Shit. I spilled my coffee all over my laptop. Yay, Chromebook. Yeah, I just closed out the screen. Sorry, guys. So, you know, thinking more along the lines of like, okay, I don't know why this just popped into my head, like castor beans. We were talking this in science the other day. Castor beans are like really fucking poisonous, right? And like they have all these poison gases and stuff like that. And they have, like, what if they made like a combination where they had like this rocket that was guided with poison gas? My brain's like right now. Those exist. Okay, good. Right? Russia needed the biggest bombs in the Cold War due to lack of guidance systems, which the U.S. had. Those exist, yes, they're called chemical weapons. Mustard gas is a popular option. Yeah, I think mustard gas is used in like training events too. Like just anyway. Novichok. Why does that sound familiar? Oh, whoops. Novichok. Novichok. I mean, yeah. Okay. Name given to a group of nerve agents created stealthily in the later phases of the Cold War by the Soviet Union. Technically, this is still history class. Constitute a fourth generation of chemical warfare agents, like other nerve agents, they're organophosphorus compounds designed to be incurable and undetectable. I'm incurable. Novichok, who was killed by Novichok, Sturgis, and her partner. What is it? Antidote? Oximes and atropine. I was telling my son last night about when a nuclear explosion happens, right? You have I guess it wouldn't really be nuclear, would it? Because it's more chemical. I'm just trying to imagine what it would be like to live in a city that a missile went off in. And if it's chemically based, how does that affect the surrounding area, right? I mean, we all know nuclear, it affects the molecules even in the air. So, like when a nuclear, when I was a kid, I used to be all about some nuclear shit. I swear to God. My grandfather was World War II veteran, and he was all about teaching me some shit, and I was really young. Where the Wind Blows was a book that I read when I was younger, like a little kid. Read that and imagine like 4 or 5 years old reading this book. It became almost like an obsession, and like nature and science and the world and military, because like I said, my grandpa was ex-World War II veteran. My grandmother was basically like a 50s housewife. Like, all of my knowledge and existence was based off of that. So, nuclear explosion events. Oh, why is this not showing? Oh, there we go. Okay. I'm going to put this. I guess that's better. I don't know. Nerve agent. Series of nerve agents to be more precise biological weapons are more dangerous. War's horrible period to be conventional, chemical, or nuclear. Civilian populations didn't ask for it. My father was a war vet for the 1971 war. Afghanistan? 1971. What? Indo-Pakistani War of 1971. Like, these are countries that's all they know is war for like 100 fucking years or more. Like, I know veterans that have been to war and come back, and they are literally not the same anymore. Like, they are a whole nother fucking species. Some of them do okay. Some of them, coming back into civilian life and stuff like that. Some of them do okay. Most of them don't. And it's because of that lack of understanding, that lack of comprehension of what they've experienced. And like the PTSD is like insane. So, my heart goes out to them. Anybody that's ever experienced trauma, which I think we all have at some point in some capacity, but So yeah. Where is it? Okay, so I wanted to show you guys what. My brain's going a million miles a minute, and I'm not even able to keep up with it right now. Book. When the Wind Blows. Sorry. When the Wind Blows. This is a children's book about nuclear fucking explosions. I was born in 82, so close enough. This book right here was one that I read as a child. How'd it go?
They said they'd either call me on Thursday or Friday.
Okay. What's that?
Oh. Come on.
No. So yeah.
Let's try
Just pretty much gives you an example of what.
trying not to name names on stream. One of the old managers that worked there while I was still there was the one who interviewed me. She just asked what shift I was looking for, and I was like, it doesn't really matter. And then Big Boss Man wasn't there today. And then
Because it's evening.
what?
It's evening. He's there in the morning.
No, he just was off,
Oh.
not there
Oh.
today. So they said they called me by the end of the week.
So yeah.
So yeah.
It's When the Wind Blows. So it won't let me continue. If I go like that, I go to the edge. Okay. So I don't know if you can see the flags in that. Russians invaded Afghanistan in the late 70s. They had military operations in the region previous to that, possibly about nuclear fallout. Yes, everybody say hi to my mom. Didn't the U.S. fund the Mujahideen? I can't even say it. Mujahideen during the Soviet invasion. CIA didn't Stinger Sam, and they gave them weapons and missile systems and training. So yeah.
Talk to me with your head. The farther I go over, the more your head goes over.
Thanks. I know.
So this book that I'm showing you guys, this literally is basically training of how to survive nuclear fallout if you live in the country. Evidently this was something that was a prevalence. There's other ones, but this is the one that I'm talking about. I wish it would show pictures. Raymond Briggs. Be a little more specific.
Orange cracker. Your capper.
Okay, so here's an example. Oh, this was the book right here. That right there was the book. That's exactly what the cover looked like. And this is what the pages look like. If it'll let me zoom in. It's literally like you could tell that it's from overseas because it says Cheerio. And I was like, why does he say Cheerios? I'm thinking the cereal. And, like I said, it was 1988. So I was 6 reading this book. And it's just like a little comic book. Blah, blah, blah. Looks like there's going to be a war, dear. no big deal. And then like the actual explosion happens, and this page specifically was very like eye-opening for me because they're literally have built this little metal enclosure, right, inside of their house up against a wall with a mattress on the ground, right? And they're talking about this explosion that happened and what they do after that. Like it literally kind of walks you through this oops, my computer's like acting stupid now. It literally like walks you through how to survive nuclear fallout, like step by step as a child. Like the imagery in this is insane. Like they put a kitty litter box next to the mattress this way they could go to the bathroom. Like they can't go outside because, you know, it's nothing but radiation. They're literally being cooked alive. They're literally being radiated alive. And they continue to stay at this house after this nuclear explosion has gone off. They don't know where to go, what to do. And it's really interesting. Like they even show pictures of like the Air Force and stuff like that, and this guy's like talking about all this cool stuff, and then you can see in the color differences in the book how in the beginning of it it's all bright and colorful, like it's all pastels and lots of colors, and like they're even talking about bottling water, which is something that we would do, you know, your normal everyday survival stuff, and they don't realize that like none of that's going to matter. None of it's going to matter because it's nuclear fallout. You're not going to be able to survive that. And if you do, you're going to have radiation poisoning of some kind. So, I don't know. Yeah, everything is destroyed, the crops. And then in the book, they continue living their life like they were before. Like they make a garden, they use the water, they drink the water. And then over the period of time in the book, you start to see, okay, well, their skin is starting to deteriorate. They're starting to get sores on their body. They're drinking the water that they're collecting the rainwater to drink. And it's already after nuclear fallout because so now they're drinking acid water that's nuclear. And it just talks about like the aftermath of a nuclear fallout. It's really gross, but like it's informative, but for a kid it's extreme. But I mean, to be honest with you, nowadays, even though it's not specifically nuclear fallout per se, a book like this is something that like we were saying earlier about the celebrities going on site to these fucking devastated cities. Yes, it's informative. Yes, it gives you a little bit of understanding, and yes, it kind of helps people with the process of coping with, you know, disasters and stuff like that. But like,
What are you doing, silly? What are you doing?
coming to a point in wondering of, should it be done? Mushroom cloud bigger than thumbs, say goodnight. Yeah. You have a living example in the Pripyat region of Ukraine, Dyatlov. Staying is a bad idea. They would have definitely suffered radiation, but at the very least, carcinogenic mutations. Yeah. Living example. Absolutely horrible. Mushroom cloud bigger than thumbs, say goodnight. Depends on the kind of nuclear device, really. So, with the missiles, granted, it's not going to be like that, I don't think, but it could if they're close enough, right? And that's why I was wondering, what is a missile made out of? And what specifically the other day, what missile did they use? What does it do? You said it's chemical based. How did the chemicals affect the area? Because now you're not just blowing something up. Now you're putting chemicals in the air and the water and the land. And now you're not just destroying something. Now you're permanently destroying something. Because it's going to take for fucking ever to get that shit out of there. If not ever. So, I mean, granted, this is the consequences of war. But for those of us who don't like being terrorists, I don't know. Yeah. Long-term repercussions. Here's a mess. I don't even care. There are no environmental repercussions in the long term. The destruction is localized heat and blast wave chemical baseness is referred to the fuel. Okay.
They're not worried about the end of the world. They're worried about the living.
Well, even with the living, there's nothing that they can do. They're literally stuck on the
She
edge.
just dropped dead.
There's most of that country is like surrounded by water. So where are they gonna go? Like, we're gonna send missiles at you, even though you're on a cliff. And the shrapnel, yeah. I mean, hold on, I'm going back to AP. With Gaza, they're literally like a strip of Israel, like a little tiny. It's like as if North Carolina was throwing fucking rockets at the North Carolina coast, like Kitty Hawk. And those people that live there, they have no access, no way to get out of there because I think Egypt's already blocked it off. And the people who are surviving in some of these war-torn areas, their access to supplies is cut off. So they're literally like in the middle of this war-torn country that they have no idea when the next fucking bomb's going to go off or their next missile's going to show up. I mean, don't get me wrong, war's been going on for forever, but Operation. I don't even want to say that out loud because is that like a thing? I've been streaming for 4 hours. Oh my god. It's the longest stream I've had in a while. Other than us playing video games last night. And don't get me wrong, like I thoroughly enjoy my ignorance of bliss, but you know, at the same time, like I said earlier, that maybe my awareness of the worldly things has been ongoing, but just my in-depth to it now because of doing this is more in the forefront. So it explodes because of a chemical reaction either due to being inherently unstable or due to oxidization. I actually want to get another copy of that book. It's like $12 on Amazon. Oh, I already shared this. Never mind. I'm working on it. Hold on. I'm probably gonna get investigated by. If I go missing, you know why. It's interesting. I'm gonna share this. This is actually really interesting. Project Paperclip was a second name for a program to bring German and Austrian engineers, scientists, and technicians to the United States after the end of the World War II in Europe. Known by many today as Operation Paperclip, which is actually a misnomer, it was originally called Project Overcast. They were taken from former Nazi Germany to the United States for government employment after the end of World War II in Europe between 1945 and 1959. People also searched for Operation Northwoods, MK Ultra, Acoustic Kitty, and Stargate Project. I'm slightly curious about Acoustic Kitty. What is this? Central Intelligence Agency project launched by the Director of Science and Technology in 1960s, intended for use for cats to spy on the Kremlin and the Soviet embassies. It's awesome. Cats are awesome. Stargate project, work primarily involved in viewing, probability, physicality, see events, sites, or information from a great distance. Defense Intelligence Agency, investigate potential for psychic phenomena, military and domestic intelligence applications. Interesting. I like algorithms in that aspect of being able to, in the human psyche, so to say, that you can utilize an algorithm based off of human behavior to kind of, quote unquote, see the future. And based on history and repetition of human nature, you can kind of tell a future of it, unless it self-identifies and changes course. So that's kind of cool. I really am glad that the military uses psychics and mediums now. I think that's really cool. You'd be amazed. How much involvement, even in the, not even so as far as to say like the CIA or anything, but like more so even on like a local level. Going back to an earlier stream that you guys, I guarantee you never watched. I talked about, and it's written in one of my books of, some of the dreams that we have, some of the visions that we have, we call it imagination or whatever. Some of the thoughts that we have or that just come to us randomly. A lot of people feel like that's more of a possibility of like psychic knowledge that we just haven't been able to comprehend, to be able to, explain it to other people. So, or sensations or like emotions and stuff like that. Sometimes they're not our own. Sometimes, empaths, we were talking about empathy in AI earlier. You can sense what another person is feeling. They don't even realize that they're giving off that energy or that frequency. And some people can actually pick up on that wave. So whether it be it physically or mentally, Soviets had their operations get a hold of the German scientists that were meeting in advance of the rest of the world. spearheaded the NASA program. Klaus Barbie. Quite the butcher, that one. Remote viewing is quite limited and doesn't provide reliable operational results. I feel that statement is incorrect. Maybe momentarily because of lack of advancements in technology, but I do feel that like lucid dreaming, even without the advancements of, even without technological assistance, if you have someone who is capable of controlling themselves in a manner, even with technological assistance, I feel like that there is remote viewing ability. Again, more of a science conversation, but I mean, I would love for like the government to come and work with me. I need a job. No, I'm just kidding.
Yes, she does.
I would like a career rather than a job. I would like a career. And
Right now, anything will not work.
if I could, how would they train for that? How would they train for like psychics and? I mean, I know you have your Xener cards and you have all your stuff. And everything everywhere gives you signals and signs and imagery and information is constantly processed through our brains at a very high rate of speed, faster than we're even capable of processing it. So, and we don't even have full capacity of our own brains. So even if the CIA was found a way to be able to train somebody to utilize their psychic abilities on a way that is comprehensible to be conversed back in a way that could be utilized in a positive way, then it also doesn't guarantee that that's a very specific, like it could be 20, 30 years from now. It could have happened in the past. It could be happening right now and we don't even know it. So there's no, and it also, again, going back to like dimensions, like if you're psychic, do you just see this dimension or do you see other dimensions? Do you see other possibilities? I mean, there's infinite possibilities in everything. So how do you pinpoint it to make it a viable source of information to be able to utilize that information, and knowledge is power, to use that information in a way that is coherent to its entirety? Operation Searchlight. I'm next. All right.
Okay.
Searchlight. Was a military operation carried out by the Pakistan Army in an effort to curb the Bengali nationalist movement in former East Pakistan in March 1971. Pakistan's retrospectively justified the operation on the basis of anti-Bihari violence carried out en masse by the Bengalis earlier that month. Ordered by the central government in West Pakistan, the original plans envisioned taking control of all East Pakistani major cities. I'll take out the bathroom trash.
No, I'll get it here inside.
Major cities on the 26th of March and eliminating all Bengali opposition, whether political or military, in the following month. West Pakistani military leaders had not anticipated prolonged Bengali resistance on later Indian military intervention. Is this what you're talking about? Bengali academics, widespread violence, background, sense of majority. Not real sure what this has relevance. I mean, other than the fact that did I look up the right thing? You said "Hear good, madam," directly from the CIA. I don't know what you mean by that. Are you sending me something? Because I don't have access to my Twitch. I'm using a third party to stream.
Mm-hmm.
Second
Speechless.
paragraph.
Stinks.
Okay, West Pakistan military had not specified prolonged Bengali resistance or later Indian military intervention. The main phase of Operation Searchlight ended with the fall of the last Indian Bengali held town in mid-May 1971. Operation also precipitated, I think that's a word, in 1971 Bangladesh genocide in which 300,000, 3 million Bengalis were killed while around 10 million fled the neighboring India as refugees.
Hopefully it stays windy.
Academics and Hindus were widely targeted alongside Muslim Bengali nationalists, though expert include purges enraged the Bengalis who declared independence from the Union of Pakistan established a new nation of Bangladesh. Ultimately led to liberation war, which Indian-backed guerrillas fought to remove Pakistani forces from Bangladesh. I'm not sure what you mean. 3 million. There's like 8 billion people. Never mind. How many people are in America?
Several billion.
Well, when I say America, I should say USA because people forget that there's Northern America and Southern America. 333.3 million as of 2022. That's pretty specific.
Only those are registered.
Yeah. That's again goes back to my statement of all the information that we know is not accurate anyways, so.
Just gonna spray it in there.
Those are links. What are links? You sent quite a lot of links. Are you sending it to like Whisper? Yes. Well, I guess you're right in that statement. I think you're partially right. Oh, it wouldn't. I don't know why I couldn't see it. You can send it to me in Whisper though. I'll look it up.
Hello, please step out of my way. I have this garbage trash.
Hey. What you doing?
Hi.
We're talking about Operation Paperclip. Looks like you're carrying a watermelon.
I was on Suicide Watch yesterday.
I'm on stream right now.
What?
we had a fun day yesterday.
You launched Twitter? What?
Launched Twitter.
What'd you say?
No, I said I'm on stream right now.
Oh.
I didn't launch Twitter. I wish I had the money for whoever did though.
Be careful.
So we got a happy little watermelon. Yeah, if you guys know any CIA agents that have probably been looking me up now since I've been looking up plutonium and uranium and nuclear bombs and all kinds of stuff today. And specifically looking at satellite images of different countries that are currently at war. Good, how are you? Yeah, it's okay.
I did see on YouTube, you take, you know, in the Spanish section in the grocery store, they have the little packets of like bay leaves and cloves. You take those and you boil them. Bring it to a good boil. so the aroma gets through. And you may strain it and put it into a spray bottle. And you spray that on.
Thank you.
I
On
haven't had a
what?
chance to do it yet.
Remember when I would
Well,
make
it's a good thing you left
the
it over there
incense,
anyway.
Ange?
I have his GameCube and everything in a bag, and I had it ready. I was right in the door.
You forgot it.
It won't be damaged. It's still in the bag. It's,
It's fine. It's just over there. It's not here.
Hey, did I tell you what
I
Gary
do
done?
not trust anything.
Messed up this morning. You know them ramps he's gonna give me? I'm so glad he didn't give them to me. He put them on the trailer. He should have backed my trailer down the ditch. He put them ramps on it and drove up this morning with the lawnmower. The ramps bent, the mower turned over on top of it.
Is he okay?
Yeah, he's okay. His arm, it peeled all the meat off from here to here. And his right foot, it landed on it. It's black and blue. He had to go to the hospital. He's okay, but
Did Luna ever
he's
No.
sore. He didn't crank. Oh, we gotta go back.
Yeah, we gotta go get. Yeah, we never get. The fucking pot that she's been using
Oh,
is starting to rust inside.
Uh huh.
It doesn't matter.
Well, if it's got a hole in
has
it or
no water.
whatever.
None. The bowl was rusty. I emptied it, and then we
I
left
wish
without
Ange would
fucking
give
changing
hers.
it.
Dane's
Oh.
wanting her dog. I wish she'd give it to her. Cause I'm having to buy. all
She's still in the
my
shade,
food.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, she'll be okay for a little bit. Hey, why don't you call Tristan and have him put some water in a bowl for you?
Oh yeah, I got Tristan's number.
No. No.
Or not. I'm just saying he's right next door. And if Luna's outside,
I
then
talked to her. She just got back off vacation. She took vacation.
Oh,
good.
And she thanked me because I was watching the place for her. And she said, Rob, she said, don't go buy a bunch of beds. She said, I got brand new beds if I can get them from my ex-husband in storage.
Mhm.
She said, I got brand new beds, framed, everything. I give them to you. Because I thought
this is
everything.
mine.
That's good.
You know that rocking chair I had?
Mhm.
Everything on the back of that flatbed truck.
Why is the rocking chair out there? There's nothing wrong with
I
it.
throw it away. It had bed bugs and hit it.
No, it doesn't. It's outside.
No, not that, honey. I'm talking about the one I had inside. Remember the rocker
Yeah,
I
we
had?
need to go
Had the
back to
cloth,
order.
had the cloth and stuff.
All right, I'm gonna end stream.